Okay. All right. So just drop okay. I can see some chats. Okay. Hello everyone. Somebody says they can't hear me, or phone says she can't hear me. Okay. Just confirm, please, if you can hear me, just drop a one in the chat. If you can hear me perfectly, if you can hear me well, please put a one in the chat. Just number one. Number one. Let's go. All right, that's good. That's good. Okay, that's awesome. Good to have you guys on board. Okay. So today we're going to be talking about something very interesting, something that will give you a lot of motivation to get in started within the tech space. There are quite a number, there's a huge number of misconceptions about the tech space. Okay. I had those misconceptions and it hindered me for about 2 years in getting my first job, in getting my first career path, my first job in the tech space itself. All right. And those are the misconceptions that we're going to debunk in today's session. Okay, and that's what we are here for. I just want to confirm that the session is recorded. Oh yes, okay, the session is recorded. Fantastic. Let's go. All right. So first thing first, yeah, I want to appreciate you guys for taking out time to attend today's session. This is 8 p.m. West African time. Okay, this is 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, and across the world, you're taking out time to be in today's session. I want to appreciate you. Okay, so I would like to know where you guys are joining from. Okay, it's one of our main. In order for us to tailor the session to suit you better, we would like to know where you are joining from so we can tailor it better to suit you in your geographical location. So we have Adikemi from Nigeria. Okay, fantastic. I just need the country. Okay, if you're in Nigeria, fantastic. Just put in Nigeria. If you're in Ghana, you're in Sierra Leone, you're in Kenya, you're in Canada, you're in the US, you're in the UK. All right, fantastic. I can see UK, Nigeria, France. Okay, it's good to have you guys here. South Africa, Kenya, Sally from Kenya. It's good to have you on board. I have a couple of Nigerians in here. Fantastic. Good to have you here on board also. All right, let's go. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Anybody from Costa Rica? Okay. All right, Nigeria. Okay. All right. Anybody from Zimbabwe? Let's see. Going one, going. Vietnam. Good to have you here. We have someone from Estonia, South Africa. Okay, that's good. I honestly love virtual sessions, and I'll tell you the reason why I love virtual sessions. You get to interact with people literally scattered across the world. Okay, we have Nigerians, we have Africans across the world, and these sessions that we have bring a lot of people from across the world. And that's the best thing about, that's the best thing that you would get working with analytics, starting with analytics. We'll talk more about that in today's session. All right. So we're going to be talking about something very interesting today. And the session is centered around how some tech professionals have become global tech talents, okay, without a computer science related degree. This is one of the biggest misconception that we have, major misconception people have when they're looking to getting started within the tech space. So you see a lot of people saying that, oh, I did not study computer science in school. I don't have any computer science related degree. Okay, that's the major misconception that is hindering quite a number of people from transitioning into their desired career. Okay, and we're going to be exploring two very fantastic professionals today. We have Chukwebuka and we have Pascal. So these guys have they are currently, working their way to the peak of their careers. Do you understand? They are still young professionals, but they're doing well in their desired career. And we're going to hear it because if it's me and Ade that is going to speak in every time, a lot of people are like, oh, these guys, it's just, they're just trying to talk about their programs and all that. But we're going to bring in two other Nigerians, okay, that are doing fantastically well within the tech space, okay? And you're going to hear from the horse's mouth what they have to say about, computer science related degree. And if they have, okay, and now it's probably give them an advantage or it didn't give them an advantage, you will hear from them today. And that's what we're going to be talking about. And bear in mind that if you have any questions, if you have any concerns, you can actually ask them yourself. Okay. So these are, top professionals that we're bringing to you, speak to you today, working for multinational organizations. Okay. You will get to speak to them, ask them questions. All those misconceptions that you have, that is burning within you, that is hindering you, that is anchoring you from starting your desired career in the tech space. This is the session to be on for you to ask this question. And nothing like a stupid question, okay? Bear in mind. So all I will need from you today's session is get a piece of paper, get a jotter, and jot things down so you can take things out of the session. Do you understand? So you can take things out of the session. Get a piece of paper, get a pen, jot things down so you can take things out of the session. All right. I would like to know the people that are joining for the first time, okay? We have a special packet for first timers, okay, and I'll show you in a second. So if you're a first time in the house, put your hand up. Just drop a one in the chat. Number one, put a one in the chat. If this is your first time, put number one in the chat. Fantabulous. Okay, fantabular, fantastic. Don't worry, don't put up your hands, just put a one in the chat. Fantastic. We have a special package for you. Do you know what I want you guys to do? All the first timers in the house, on the top left corner of your screen, you would see one of our members waving at you. Okay? Please confirm if you can see the person waving at you. We have dedicated seats for you. We have buns, we have meat pies, we have chilled for the first timers in the house. Okay? So you're a first timer, we have a dedicated seat for you. Okay? Welcome. Oh, yeah, you are welcome. You are welcome. I don't know. I'll sing some song for you later. Okay? The first time in the house, it's good to have you guys on board. Okay, we are very proud. We're very happy to have you on board, to have you in today's session. And we're going to be talking about, all the questions that you have, okay, about transitioning to the tech space. Bring them here, okay? Bring them. Don't be shy. Ask your questions, okay? So, in order for us to start today, we'll talk about 10 analytics. So we have quite a huge number of first timers in the house in today's session. So we'll talk a little bit about analytics before we go into today's session. Okay. All right. So Analytics is an education technology firm. Okay, started about 3 years ago. And let me just tell you in plain, simple English. Okay, our vision, our mission. Our vision is very simple and clear. We want to get more Africans into the tech space. It's as plain, there's nothing clearer than that. The goal for us is to get more Africans into the tech space. How we're going to do it, we'll talk more about it. Okay. So we have devised certain career paths, okay, that we're going to talk extensively about today, okay? So we have data analytics, data science, business analysis, cybersecurity, Scrum Master, to data science, AI engineering, and so on. We'll talk extensively about the career paths. But the goal for us is to lower that barrier for Africans getting into the tech space. And I'll tell you a little bit of background to why we started analytics. So myself and Days are on the call, okay? A few years ago, when we're trying to transition into the tech space, we transitioned. And, having spent years within the tech space, we found out that every organization we're getting into, every contract, every new organization we're getting into, we never saw any African. Like literally, there was no African on the team. You will see Portuguese, you will see British, you will see, guys from America, you'll see guys from Brazil, you'll see guys from China, India, or you'll never see an African on the team. And the Podu, like it was very puzzling. I was saying that, okay, you know what? How can we get more Africans? How can we get people that look like us into the tech space? And that's the plain simple, that's the vision for us. And that's never changed all through the while. So basically, that's what we do. And we have, different methodologies that we have deployed to help over 2,000 people in the last 3 years secure their first job within the tech space. A lot of you, like 2,000 people, these people, you're just shouting, you're just, reading out numbers. But let me tell you something today. We have proof. Burna Boy will say that show your workings, show your proof, show evidence. All right. We have evidence. And we're going to show you the evidence today. Africans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Cameroonians, Kenyans, literally Africans across the world getting their first job within the tech space without no prior experience. We'll talk extensively about that, okay? We'll talk extensively about that. Well, we'll get to that. Well, for today's session, okay, what we're going to be talking about today is the guys, the main guys today, all right, which is Chukwuebuka and Pascal. Let me just confirm if they are currently on the participant list, okay? Okay, I have, okay, give me a second. Just going to confirm if my guys are here. Okay, I have Pascal here. Oh, okay, fantastic. All right, so you can turn on your video so I can spotlight you for everybody, okay? So you give me a second. Chukwuebuka also, please, if you're on the call, just turn on your video and I would spotlight you. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to spotlight them now. Hello, Chikwe. Hello, Pascal. How you doing? Chukwuebuka. Where?
Hello.
Okay.
Am I getting the right pronunciation right
Oh,
now?
yes, you are. You're getting it
Okay.
100%. You're
All
getting it
right.
100%. It's good to have you
Hi,
on board.
Pascal. I'm happy to be here. I
Okay.
think it was Elijah that reached out to me. I can see him on the call. So
Yeah, he's on the
thank you for
call.
the opportunity. Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah, you'll get to see Elijah in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
So before we get started, before they get come to meet, saying you guys are looking fresh and clean, I would need to appreciate you for that, okay? So let me start with, analytics. We talked about analytics, our main mission, vision, and all that, okay? And we started this together. That's myself and Adeza, over 3 years ago. We'll do our introduction, then I'll move over to you guys, Chukwuebuka and Pascal, then we can take it off from there. Okay, so Adeza, do you want to start off with your introduction? Then I'll go next, and we'll go from there.
All right, absolutely. Thanks for that, Ifemena. And thanks for everybody joining us today. We're going to have an amazing, amazing time. My name is Adeza Suleiman. I'm a data analytics expert, the founder of 10 Analytics, and I have close to a decade years of experience cutting across multiple sectors, from energy to automobile to financial services, and so on and so forth. And over the last 10 years, my major objective has been to help multinationals and organizations across these different sectors to make sense of the data that they have. But then, like Femena mentioned, along the line, we got to realize that as we worked on so many projects for companies across the globe, we did not see people that looked like us, all right? And that gave us the drive to get more people into the tech ecosystem. And there came about 10 Analytics about 4 years ago in 2020. So for the last 4 years, the objective has shifted from helping companies to helping individuals and people of the Black community, Africans in Africa, and Africans in diaspora to get into the tech ecosystem. And we've been doing that over the last 4 years. We've helped over 2,000 people to get their very first jobs in tech. I've worked across the US, I've worked for companies in the UK, I've lived in the UK, and I currently reside in Canada to help more people like me to also transition within that space. I'll be sharing some amazing, success stories as we dive into the session today. So just sit back, relax, and have a wonderful time. Cheers, everyone.
Awesome. Okay, and even you could hear from Adeza's tone, you'll find out that he's a very cool, calm, collected, experienced professional. Okay. Anyways, talking about myself, my name is Ifemena Ipro, co-founder of 10 Analytics, over a decade experience working across several roles within the data ecosystem. So I've worked as a data analyst, data scientist, data engineer. Okay. And I usually say this, okay? Myself and Adeza worked together. We met together when we were working as management consultants. So we started our careers as management consultants, and we're able to transition into the tech space. All right. I've been transitioning into the tech space. I've also worked for quite a number of organizations. Currently, I do more of contract, data science contracting for businesses in the UK and also in Canada at the moment. I also reside here in Canada. Okay, so that's just a brief about myself. Okay, so I'm going to be starting with. Let me start with Pascal. Okay, Pascal, just a little bit of introduction about yourself. Who are you, is Pascal Kiki? Let's go.
Yeah, so as I said, Pascal Okeke is my name. I studied geophysics in Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Then I've worked in multiple sectors. I did a short stint internship with NMPC. Then moved over to Zenith Bank, where I worked in retail. Then from Zenith Bank, I started working in the University of Hull as a 3D research analyst. Then from University of Hull, I moved to NatWest Group, where I work as a data analytics analyst. Yeah. So
Okay, NatWest is based off. That's NatWest in the UK, correct?
Yeah, NatWest Group. Yeah.
Okay, I think I will get people that are using NatWest to drop their account details later so you can furnish the account.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll come to that. Thanks a lot for that, Pascal. Very interesting background, by the way. Okay, we'll come back. We'll revisit that in a few seconds. Okay, Chukwuebuka, over to you. A little bit of introduction about yourself.
Okay. I think I and Pascal have something in common. I also graduated from the Federal University of Technology of Owerri, but from electrical electronics engineering. Yeah. I have worked across the fintech and currently in the semiconductor industry. And about 6 to 7 years experience right now in data engineering, strictly. I started my career as a data analyst. However, that was not in tune with the kind of hands-on I wanted, so I moved towards data engineering. I've been doing that for quite some time now, 6 years, and currently I am working with ARM, which is the semiconductor company that produces the chips that are basically in 99% of phones in the world. Currently working on analysis of power systems on chip designs, basically. Yeah, so that's basically it for me.
Awesome, awesome. You can see all the guys here. Chemistry. These are the industrial chemistry, by the way. Okay, so from chemistry to physics to electrical, electrical engineering. These are all science students. I studied economics, by the way. Okay, so well, it's good to meet you guys. Okay, we have quite a number of people on the call today, and one of the major misconceptions they have is having a computer science related degree. And that's like an hindrance for them getting started within their tech career itself. So now let's even examine how you guys started. Okay, let's go to the roots. They always go. Let's go deep down. Let's dive into the root cause. Okay, how you guys found your desired career. Okay, so how did you get into the space where you are at the moment? You did first out did geophysics, Chukwuebuka did electrical engineering. Okay,
Yeah.
so let me start with Chukwuebuka. Okay, all right. How were you able to transition from your background into your tech career?
Mine is a bit of a funny story, actually. I first of all, going into electrical engineering wasn't something I thought of. Leaving secondary school, I knew I was good in mathematics, good in physics, and I asked my sister, "What do you think I should go do?" So, yeah, she basically said, yeah, she was doing petroleum engineering. Then she said, electrical seems like a good choice, right? So, and that was how I went into electrical engineering. And after doing that, I knew that wasn't where I wanted to go to. I needed to move towards something that was more viable. Engineering is quite viable, but what is something way more easier? Not easier in the sense of what to do, but soft life, basically. So yeah, I decided to look into computer science. And when I was in school, I never thought of myself as someone that would program. I didn't like it. I didn't like the idea. Most of my friends were actually into programming, a lot of them. I just knew I wasn't going to do it, thought to myself I wasn't going to do it. However, graduating, I was an adult then, so I needed to push myself to do something. I visited my sister in Port Harcourt, and she works with a company that actually is a client to Total, right? So their MD was going to speaking at a Total conference in Port Harcourt, and she invited me to come with them, right? There, the MD basically talked about how they were using data analytics, data science, right, to predict how wells were performing, right? Oil wells, whether they can actually have more oil to produce, or So it seems very interesting that you can move from data and apply data to something very practical, right? After that, I just walked up to the MD and said, "This sounds very interesting. I would like to know a little bit more about it." He was quite welcoming. He mentioned I could come to the office, and then he was assigned someone to help me look at what they're doing, right? Maybe put me through. So that was how I got into data. I went to the office, and then one guy, Ibuka, was assigned to me, my namesake. He showed me how he was writing Python codes to work on, basically to predict on how well we are doing and the rest. So it looked very interesting. From there, he told me which particular courses to take, Python course to take, SQL course to take. I started that, and I was reporting to him on my progress. So within 3 months or so, I took about 2 courses, one in Python, one in SQL. And afterwards, luckily, I started my NYSC, and during my NYSC, I knew I wanted to work with a company that would allow me to grow in that part. So I had to work on some projects, right, and prepare myself beforehand, before I was posted. So I was posted to secondary school to go and teach. I just knew I didn't want to do that. So I had to knock at the doors of some companies. One of them was InterSwitch. which is where I worked. So I interviewed InterSwitch during my NYC for posting to see if I can work with them. After a series of interviews, about 3 interviews, about 3 interviews. The selling point was what I worked on. So I built a model that could predict, I can't remember exactly what it was, but basically a predictive model, right? Which I showed my manager then. She was quite impressed, and she said, I think there's a place for me here. So that was how I got into InterSwitch. And funny enough, when I got into Switch, I didn't do data science. I was more channeled towards the analytics and the engineering. So that's basically how I got into tech.
Fantabulous. I think one thing a lot of people don't understand is majority of the people that are in the tech space now have made conscious efforts being there. Okay, it's not like they just stumbled upon it. They made that conscious effort. They did a research. They had questions. They had like mentors and all that in order for them to transition. Your story is highly relatable. To be very honest with you, from service here, you were able to get started. Fantastic. I love that. Okay, I would chip in a little bit. Okay, but I'll allow Pascal to go also. Then I would, add my own 2 cents. So, Pascal, yes, how were you able to transition into the analytics space where you are at the moment?
Yeah, so for me, it's a quite a different path. When I was way younger, I wanted to always be a geophysicist, or the second option was an astronaut. So was quite good in mathematics and computer then, but like my interests were more into what happens around us. So I went into university with the sole aim of finishing as the best student and getting drafted into maybe Shell, ExxonMobil, NNPC, etc. That's the dream of most sites,
Yeah.
So like when I was in university, it was quite tough, but we made it. After the university, the dream didn't turn out the way we wanted it to be. There was nobody coming for convocations to be like, oh, you give you a handshake and offer you complimentary cards or offer you invitations. So the best we were able to get was what was called assessed internship. That Shell normally comes to, and Scrum come and give us the opportunity to serve with them. So I was able to get an opportunity to work with NNPC at the point, 2014. When I was in NNPC, just like Chukwuebuka said, I did quite a lot of data analytics, seismic data analysis, interpreting seismic charts, interpreting logging data, trying to find out where is the most proficient spot for hydrocarbon. So that was my first experience analyzing data. Then after that, we went back to university, 90% analog, nothing to do, no computer to practice anything you've learned. So when I finished university, I was supposed to serve in Unijobs, but Nigeria, no Alawi, so we have to look for somewhere they will pay me something better. So I will have to go into education and then taking people for geological surveys. So that was what I did during my service year. Then I was also interpreting geological data, aeromagnetic data, etc., with a professor from Unijobs. Then when I finished in Unijobs, I wanted to stay there, but security challenges were there, so I had to leave for Lagos. When I got to Lagos, worked with Zenith Bank for 3 years, working in both operations and marketing, doing a lot of analytics. Some of them were related to maybe customer service, but one thing is, I always say something, everybody have done 1 or 2 analytics, just that you don't know you've done that. So like something like, customer service finished and maybe a card campaign, and we have to present that to maybe the board in the meeting. We have to just put that in an Excel. That is visualization, basically. So like that's where it started. Then 2018, around 2018, I had a discussion where somebody was telling me about Cambridge Analytica and how they did psychoanalytics. Psychoanalytics is just basically a section of analytics that targets your psychology, trying to influence your decision. Like, you don't want to get a shoe, but they're trying to force you to get a shoe. You don't want to vote for somebody in an election, but they, find a way to use analytics to change your mind about that. So that was the beginning part of me going into data. I now started looking out for the best places I can study this. And it was so hard because my initial target was going to study in America for a PhD, but I wasn't able to get a PhD because I didn't have a computer science background. So I was basically getting PhD in geophysics, but no data science or data analytics. So what I did was 2020, there was this whole campaign in the UK. Many of them were doing this, what they call the Office of Students. They were doing this scholarship about people that wants to go into data and artificial intelligence. I think if you just go to their website, Office of Students, you'll see what I'm talking about there. So like I capitalized on that, I applied, and I was able to get a discount to come and study for my master's in data science and artificial intelligence. So when I came for my master's, that was the beginning. It was so hard before because I've never written a Python code before. Before 2020, I've never written a Python code. I've never written an SQL code. The best I can do is to use Excel, VBA, VLOOKUP, etc. So, but that was the beginning of the journey. Began learning Python, put in the time you must do. I did the time and I was able to master this. When I finished, towards before my end of my master's, I got my first job offer with Procter & Gamble as a data analytics manager in the United States. I got another offer with Office of National Statistics in the UK as a data scientist. And I got the third offer with the university to start a PhD and also work as a 3D research analyst.
Okay.
And I got the fourth offer with NatWest, and the fifth one was coming with KPMG, but like that one, I just had to pause it. But like all these, I will talk over like when the next question comes out on what needs to be done, what I did to be able to do this. Then I had to make a choice, and being a geophysicist, my dissertation during my master's degree was in using soil moisture and salinity and temperature to predict rainfall or amount of rainfall. So I wanted to continue in that background,
Yeah.
But
okay.
I wanted to continue in that background, but like the money that we are coming from private sector was also entering my eye.
It was a lot more, exactly.
Yeah,
so that's why you went.
I had to also make a choice with other personal things to consider, So I had to now university and I went to NatWest. So that's how it came like.
Also, your story also very, very highly relatable. Relocated to the UK, all right, did your master's, completed your master's, and you're able to secure your dream job, working with NatWest at the moment as a data analyst. All right. So in terms of, a lot of people that are looking to getting started. Sorry, Pascal, there's a feedback coming from your end. I think your microphone, there's a tiny feedback from your microphone. So it's kind of okay. Yeah. So a lot of people are looking to getting started. Yeah. They are usually concerned about experience. Okay. Experience. Okay. You say a job post and they say like 5 years experience, 3 years experience. And Chukwuebuka was able to get his first job, okay, working on personal projects. I personally got one of the job I did in Ireland back in the days. The first was in the project I did on EPL. Okay, using Power BI to build an EPL dashboard. Okay, did the web scraping. I was able to get the data from EPL into Power BI. And like Chukwuebuka said, that the head of the department that I eventually was reporting to, that did the interview, was amazed at that particular single project. Okay, so a lot of people are concerned about experience, not knowing that project-based experience is also very valid in the industry. So I would like let's go into that a little bit. We'll talk more about that. Okay. Now the fact that there is really no certification or school that will really give you end to end to say that you're a certified data analyst, certified data engineer. All right. So tell me from your own experience, now that you're in the industry, okay, what role does personal project or personal self-development essentially, how does it play in getting people into the tech space itself? I will go with Chukwuebuka, then I'll come back to Pascal. Okay.
Okay. So I would start with this. Personal development doesn't just end with starting a job or getting a job. You would be surprised for new persons actually entrants, you'll be surprised to know that it's as long as you are within the job space, within the tech space, you will need to keep developing yourself. You will need to take new courses. You must need to take new courses. It's not an option. If you don't mentor that relevance, you're done. And for me in the data engineering world, our tools keep changing every single time. What you are conversant with today might not be what you'll be working on tomorrow. And as you switch jobs, what your previous company was using would not be what your current company will be using. You should most like that's not going to be the case. But getting into tech, right? Trying to get into tech, I'll say this too. I've had the opportunity of mentoring one or a few persons rather within the data space. I always say this, right? There is no single course that will give you what you need to start. There's no single course that will give you that. You need to be able to highlight. This is where mentorship comes in. Not just mentorship. It might not be a structured mentorship. Just someone you can talk to say, okay, what do I need to start, right? What do I need to learn? Anybody that, I don't know, you might, it might be, if you don't have that person, it's necessary. It might be good to have a program that you can sign up to, where you have someone that will tell you, okay, yeah, this is what you need to start up first with, do this, right? But you need to understand that whatever they're telling you is basically the basic, right? It can never go beyond the basic. If they tell you to learn this particular one, after learning it, you have to go beyond that. Tech's all about that perseverance, because you find times where the most minute things will cause you to be frustrated, right? A little bug in your code will cause you frustrated, or not understanding what the problem is, right? Perseverance is one thing, right? Taking on projects is very important, right? And project-based learning, you should have someone you can talk to actually direct you on what you need to learn. That guidance is very, very important. You should understand what the practical use of what you're learning is. If you don't understand it, you may not find the use of learning it. So projects are very important. Learning is something you must keep doing. For a starter, you need to start doing it, right? You need to persevere. It's not easy. It's never going to be easy. And one thing that helped me when I was starting off, if you're entering into a new field, right? And if you don't find it fascinating, for me, I never found programming fascinating. It was a tough thing to do for me. I noticed that doing a long run, going a day, doing like 5 hours a day was more useless than doing, maybe doing it in a day. I would do like 3 hours, 4 hours, and then leave it for the next 2 days and come back the next day and do 3 hours. It was less important than doing 30 minutes every single day for 1 month. So that consistency is very important, right? Don't say, well, there is some person I'm mentoring, right? The guy has done, he did, I gave him the course, he started it and did for about 1 week and left it for 2 weeks and came back to it and said, you can't remember what he had done. I said, obviously, you won't remember what you've done, right? It's not about that initial push. It's about the consistency in between. Even if it's 15 minutes every day, make sure you do it every day, right? It's better than doing 6 hours in a day and leaving it and coming back to it later on. That's one thing that helped me, right? In that case, I don't feel overwhelmed while I'm putting in much hours, and I know that I'm always doing it. So it keeps my memory fresh. Yeah, that's pretty much. And then that, I have to say again, project-based learning is very important. You can't even when you are settled as an employer rather, and you've had years of experience, you still need to do projects. You need to stay relevant, because the company you're working with might be working with a specific tool, a specific service. You still need to know how to work with other services. So how do you gain that experience? Is by doing some projects in other services. So that's the way I stay relevant, and that's what has helped me. And I think that would actually be helpful to other persons that want to start up.
Exactly. So I think you've covered like the whole learning curve itself. You've covered learning. You've also covered experience, how to generate or how to gain experience within the tech space. A lot of people feel like the tech space is sort of static. Okay. All right. So when they say I need 3 years experience, they feel like I need to have gotten a job and stayed at that job for 3 years.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like you mentioned, it is a tool that you're using, and it's that tool they're more concerned about. How have you used it over the last couple of years? Like you said, project-based experience, you working on different projects. So it might be your personal project, it might be a friend's project that you're working with, it could be anything, but project-based experience helps a lot of people getting started. So I'll also shift also to Pascal. So Pascal, also, from your thesis, from your project in university, all the way to your master's and so on, all right, now that you're in the industry, what's the role of project-based experience in helping people get started within the tech space?
Yeah, I will start with, first of all, there are things you need to do to get invitations for interview. because that's what, like, I've mentored a lot of people. I mentor for Youth Scotland, where I am currently. And one problem is there's a frustration when you keep applying, throwing 1 million applications and all comes back with love letters, you know? There's that frustration that comes with it. So, like, I always tell people something. 90% of the companies now use AI to save your CV.
Yeah.
So one thing you should always do is, if you are, like me personally, what I did was I looked at all the job descriptions I was interested in. I narrowed down all the key skills and requirements that were there. I had to put that in as a skill in my CV. So if it is to pass into, if it's to go into an AI system, the system will automatically see, oh, SQL required, it ticks that for you, or visualization tool ticks that for you, stakeholder engagement, it ticks that for you, Python programming, it ticks that, and it sends you an invite. So that way, I was able to get way more invites than every other person that I was working with then. Then the second thing you do is there's a need for a project, actually, especially if you've not done any work in that field before. Like for me, for example, I had to go on Kaggle. Kaggle is like a free to use website there. There are loads of data on Kaggle. I did tasks on this task I did called the Germany credit card project. Some of the projects in Kaggle actually paid, but like you can do a lot of free other ones. So I did the Germany one. I did one for healthcare. So what I did was, for every interview I'm going for, I use a case study from the project I've done in answering all the questions. So when they ask you something like, tell us a case where you've had to use innovation to, I'll be like, oh, I'm working on a project and like I was tailoring this project to the industry I was going to. So if I'm going for a banking sector interview, I'm talking with the Germany credit card project. If I'm going for a health sector interview, I'm using the health sector USA or OPC USA healthcare study. And like one thing that somebody told me, the person that interviewed me for ONS told me, like, for God's sake, how old are you? Because like he asked me a question relating to economics. I've done a whole UK weather project and also my dissertation. So, and I was telling him this, I was answering his question. I knew what he wanted to hear because I've worked on a replica of the kind of data they've been using. So I was answering the question and he just told me, oh, when are you ready to start? So those are the kind of projects I did. I tailored my projects to the applications I was making. Even like for the KPMG own, I had to look at a whole traffic lights, a similar case they've worked on, you know, to go for that advisory interview. And most times they all came out positive. Then another thing I will recommend is, as Chukwuebuka said, this environment is ever-changing, it's dynamic, it's not static at all. Since I've started programming, I've used maybe up to 5 or 6 IDEs, and like nobody's asking you, do you know how to use VS Code today? Do you know how to use Data Grip? Do you know how to use Jupyter Notebook? No. Like they wake up in the morning, the executive leadership makes a decision that they're using Snowflake for their cloud computing, and they expect you within 1 month to start using it. So you might have learned, oh, maybe my SQL server. Nobody's asking you whether the basic thing is that programming, the logic is always the same. It's always like a flowchart we did when we were in university. It's always like in Python, else if statements, in SQL, case when, select. It's always like they almost look alike. The underlying logic is always alike. It's just maybe I used to tell people that programming is just English that is incomplete. It's like broken English. So like it's still the same thing, but like your IDEs, your every other thing will keep changing. Then another thing people need to learn that people always miss out is from a couple of people I've spoken to or I've interviewed since I joined this key stakeholder engagement, because you're not coming to work in isolation, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
You communicate to somebody. So like for upcoming people, one thing that everybody should learn is how to communicate, because you can have the best ideas, but if you're not communicating that, nobody's going to hire you. So that's it for me.
100%. 100%.
Yeah,
I love.
I think.
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just on what he mentioned. I think I have to, from my experience, that stakeholder experience is stakeholder requirement and communication is the top thing actually. I think it's actually one of the hardest things to do. If the skill set, if you've learned it, But managing people is one thing that's very difficult to do, and you need to have that people skill. Is very, very important. First, for you to be able to communicate your idea, like Pascal said, and secondly, for you to gain the recognition which is deemed to you, right? You might do the work and then nobody recognizes you for the work you do because you can't communicate your ideas very well. So it's very, very important to do that. And one more thing I would say is I have actually learned more doing personal project than I have learned in any job I've been. So that's the truth. I can say the skill set I have right now, DevOps skill set I have, data engineering skills I have, data analytics I have, I gained 80% of the understanding myself from projects than from any work. So that's very important to note.
Fantastic. You see, Chukwu Pascal, yeah, if it was myself and Adeza that said the same thing, a lot of people would likely have doubts, okay? To say that, this is the analytics, they are trying to get people to pay for the training program. That's the reason why we're bringing tech professionals like yourself. A lot of people want to get what they want to get, their desired career in the tech space, okay? But, all these things you've talked about, project-based experience, mentorship, classes, structured learning, all the way to engagement, presenting your ideas, selling your ideas, presentation and all that. Imagine a package that encompasses everything together. That's exactly what we are doing with analytics, and that's based off our experience. So, like I said, in order for us to even get our first job in the tech space, we're doing personal learning, and it took us about 2 years to get our first job. And the key question we're asking ourselves is, should it have taken us 2 years to get our first job in the tech space? Ideally, should it take us 2 years to get our first job? Ideally, no. Okay, so when we took the longest journey, and now we're trying to see how we can get more people into the tech space on a shorter period of time, within a shorter time frame. Okay, so now let's go back to the main question. And I know a lot of people would have questions around all the things you've talked about. Well, some of the people on the call also are very new. They are looking to get it started. They're looking for mentors and all that. So let's even examine what you guys do on a day-to-day. Okay, in like 2 minutes, let's just look at what you guys do. Okay, so Chukwuebuka currently is a data engineer. Pascal is a data analyst. Okay, let's examine what they do on a day-to-day. So let me start with Pascal this time around. I'll be starting with Chukwuebuka. Pascal, as a data analyst with NatWest, with a bank, what do you do? Are you always analyzing data? Okay, what do you do on a day-to-day? Let's go.
Yeah, so for me, like my role says data analyst, but since I've started, I've done more of data engineering actually because I've been building data products. You understand? So like I also do UI UX because in building data products, I work with other teams. So I'm like currently leading a team of US guys in NatWest to assist products. So like basically every day, let me just give basically what as a data analyst I do. We have different tasks. We design campaigns. For example, sometimes you can see on your mobile app, on your banking mobile app, whether in Nigeria, Ghana, anywhere, or in the UK, you can see, oh, you can get so amounts. In the UK, US, most of these ads are targeted to you specifically to make sure that when you apply, you don't get declined. So we are the guys behind that. This starts from, first of all, gathering the data, getting your population that you want to target, designing the prompts they're going to get, because there's somebody can say, how are you? Another person can say, how are you? But one might sound like a threat, the other one will sound like friendly, right? Like if a policeman says, how are you? You have to start running. So we also have to phrase the prompt, how it gets to you. Then after you design an experiment, we create tracking for it. Like you have to create how many people viewed it, how many people clicked it, how many people applied, how many people were accepted, and then people were rejected. So it's with these things that we now determine the performance of this campaign. Then we do other major small analysis for stakeholders. Maybe like the MD can come up and say, oh, we are now the leading bank in maybe cards or telephony. What is happening? Do a drill down or get a waterfall. Why is this happening? So you have to like ask some particular questions. This is where your business acumen comes into play. Like you have to design this. Nobody will tell you, oh, do this, do this, do this. You don't want to bring out what to ask and how to answer it. So that's like basically what I do most of the time. Yeah.
A lot of people call you a magician, okay? So you just analyze data, you're able to come up with insights, what to do, how to go about it, why certain things happen, what happened, and why certain things happen within the bank itself. That's fantastic, very exciting. I won't lie to you. All right, so let me talk to Chukwuebuka also. Chukwuebuka, so what do you do? What does a data engineer with do at the moment with the chip? Okay, are you gathering people's data? What do you do?
So it doesn't matter the industry, right? But usually for data engineering is basically the same thing. We make data available to people like Pascal and data scientists to use for the analytics. For the financing, well, currently with ARM designs semiconductors. So for your laptops and phones, the less energy your phone uses, the more performant it is, the more efficient it is, and the longer the battery will last. And when you're gaming, it's faster, right? So the idea is to be able to check before you start. So we design these chips, right? And check before we actually start printing the board, right? To see, okay, before we start wasting money on the printing, what energy usage is this particular part of the GPU using, the CPU using? So we drill down to different hierarchies, can be more than 1 million components within the phone, right? You need to know what power each of them is using before you can actually start producing them. So if there isn't a lot of power, you have to redesign it and make sure that there isn't less power. So when we do the analytics on a particular kind of tool that does this, the data is spread across different sources, right? So my job is to be able to create the infrastructure, design the database, design the pipeline, utilize Databricks to create the pipeline, to make the pipeline CI/CD pipeline that will allow for, once the data is created at this tools, right? You can put the data to a database where you can then analyze this with Tableau or PySpark or whatnot, right? To get the power usage for each of these million components within the phone or the laptop, basically. So yeah, that's basically what my job revolves around, trying to create these pipelines, automate pipelines, create a CI/CD flow that will allow for the changes to be deployed easily, right? So yeah, in the finance industry, it's a little bit, it's close, but mainly focused on the data itself, right? You want to know how much our customers are spending right now, right? You want to know if operations, how much the operations are using, like sorry, let me focus on the money part. So you want to know how much this particular customer is spending right now. I want to predict how much you're going to be doing later in the future. So my job is to pull the data from different databases, wherever it is, to one singular silo, which the warehouse or the data lake, right? And automate the process of putting that data every single time so that analysts or scientists can actually work on those. So, and create the CI/CD pipeline for that as well. So it's similar, but the data is different for different, yeah. So
exactly the way the data is generated, ingested, all that things is very different.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. I love this. But there's one part I want to come through now. Okay, you guys did geophysics, so Chukwuebuka did electrical engineering. Now, based off your degree, now that you're in the industry, before you started, you probably felt you needed to get advanced degrees, you wanted to get mad certificate, some kind of certification and all that. Okay. Do you think now, at this point in time, getting started, getting your foot into the industry, you need some kind of degree or certification? I'm going to start with Chukwuebuka, then I'll go to Pascal this time around.
No. So the thing about IT, I have a friend who studies software science, that is a software engineer. I have all my friends currently are programmers, they're software engineers, and they didn't have a degree. You don't need a degree to do well in IT. My friend works with Google at the moment, and they don't have a software engineering degree or computer science degree. So it's not really relevant. What matters, don't get me wrong, it might be helpful to understand the basics if you had the opportunity, right? But if you did not, you can still make something out of yourself. You can actually learn it yourself, right? IT is it's structured in a way that you can self-develop, right? Have the right network, have the right course materials, and you are good just to get started. You don't need to have a background in computer science to get started, right? It might be helpful to read more, understand more yourself, but you don't need that degree. I have to also point out that after about 4 years in the industry, I decided to take a master's in data engineering, right? I also have to point out that I learned more myself than I learned in that degree. So I just have the degree stating that I have a master in data engineering, but every single thing I didn't learn from that course. So I already knew beforehand, but for people that didn't have a background, it was a bit helpful to them, but for me, it wasn't helpful. I have to point out. But yeah, you don't need that to start out, but certainly, if you have the opportunity, it's good. If you don't have opportunity, you can do it yourself as well.
Awesome. I think that's very, when I tell people that my master's, I did a master's also, okay? Also with this background, okay? And I usually tell people that in that course, I would have taught my lecturers. I would actually sit down and teach them, in class. I actually took some course, but anyways, we'll talk more about that. But I like that experience. Pascal, from your own experience now, moving from your master's to getting your first job, do you think, looking at where you are at the moment, do you think you are needed a certification or a degree in order for you to get the program with the career path where you are?
So I'll state this, like as I stated earlier, I got multiple jobs at that first time. And the funny thing is, I was not done with my master's. Master's finished August, I started getting job offers as of July. So degree is not primary at all. Secondly, in my team, we have about 25 people working in my small team. About maybe 12 or 15 have PhD in something biological, maybe neuroscience, maybe zoology. They've never written a code before, they just started learning. And one thing about the tech space is that once you are able to learn the basic skills you need, let me say, for example, you're able to learn 40 to 60% of what they do in maybe cybersecurity, data analytics, and you put those down in your CV, you throw your CV out, and you're able to defend that. Nobody is going to be asking you, oh, when did you start coding? Did you start coding when you're 5 years old? Nobody's going to ask you that. So that's actually the thing. So for me, you don't need that.
Oh, fantastic. I love that. I love the answer. Nobody's going to be asking you how many years of Python. If they even ask you, you can always claim years of experience. And do you know it? Do you know how to use it? Have you used it before? Okay, can you tell me about a time you have used it before? So if you can answer this question based off your project-based experience, all the projects you've worked on personally, you are fine. You're good to go. All right?
Yeah.
So now,
Yeah.
okay, Chukwuemeka, go ahead, please. Sorry.
No, just want to point out, job requirements are more of guidelines. Sometimes people that are setting those up, they don't really understand the requirements totally for their particular job. So they are more of guidelines. They will put in things that are important and things that are not important. You might see 10 requirements, and when you start a job, you're only utilizing 2 for the next 2 years, only to put all the requirements. So if you have a ballpark value of, say, you have 30% or 40% of the requirements, go ahead and apply. You might be surprised you get a job. So yeah, most of the times those requirements are more of a guideline of what is expected. If you have few of them, you can actually apply.
Let me okay, yeah, Pascal, sorry, go ahead.
Like somebody just asked the question, I want to just quickly pick on this in what I'm trying to say. So Dominion Ishaya asked that he's coming from an arts background. So one thing I can say is, me personally, as I said before, I didn't know him about programming. The only thing I knew about programming was Excel, because like if you can do Excel, actually you can do programming. If you can write, I teach children programming now in Scotland, and like I used to tell them something. This is just still trying to give instruction and getting a response. Like else if statement, there are basic things. You can start from the primary basic things in programming, data structures, start learning the small thing, what is a table, what is a string, etc. It's a gradual process. Within 2 weeks, you'll be surprised where you get to. SQL is just broken English, select everything from this table, select maker's shop, select everything from this table cars, stuff. Just basic English. Once you're able to get a hack, your background shouldn't be a deterrent to work.
I think honestly, you guys have put a nail true, like you hit the nail on the head. There's no more I can say to that, to be honest. And these are guys that are currently in the industry, guys. This is Pascal is working with NatWest. Chukwuemeka is working with ARM at the moment as a senior data engineer. So these guys are, at that peak. So if you have Nigerians, okay, these are not these are not, British people. These are Nigerians. We all did NYSC together. We all went to Nigerian universities together, and they're able to reach these feats. Okay, that's to tell you something already. Okay, that's to tell you that, regardless of your background, I did economics. Adiza did industrial chemistry. All right. So these backgrounds are not necessary. And things that we have been telling people over time that get started. It's just to get started, not for you to become a senior leader or a vice president. Put your leg through the door. You don't need these things to get started. Now, let's talk about a little bit. Okay, the next side, we're almost going to be wrapping up soon. Let's talk a little bit about mentorship. Okay, all right, and how it can actually help people get into, how we can aid people's, fast track their way into the tech space itself. All right, Chukwuemeka, you talked about, how you're able to get good mentorship, structured learning in order for you to, find yourself where you are. Okay, you are that guided mentorship. Okay, so is it also? Do you think that would fast track people's, mentorship? Is it important in getting people into the tech space? What would you say?
One thing I would say is that, yeah, so learning is important, but if you don't understand the practical implementation, you might get derailed and lose sight of why you are doing what you're doing, and you would lose that interest. The purpose of having, it might not be a mentor in that regard, a structured mentorship. It's just someone that could point you right and say, this is why we are doing this. You can learn something, right? And for me, what made me feel a bit frustrated when I started earlier was I didn't know where to apply. So I mentioned I started programming in school once, and I didn't see the point, because why am I assigning variable? What am I doing with this variable? What am I doing with this function? What's the importance? I'm not just doing it for the sake of doing it. So without a practical implementation, I lost sight of why it was important. So the purpose of having a mentor is to show you the relevance of what the implication of what you're learning, the practical implementation of what you're learning. So if you can have one, it's very important. It will give you that direction and sense of sense of direction, basically. And another thing, they would create that network for you if you need to start preparing for interviews, to give you the right guidelines how to prepare for those things. And it's never a bad thing to have someone to look up to, right? It will make you just want things better, like want to grow better rather, than just being by yourself. So if you have someone to look up to, it's very important. It will help you go farther than just doing it yourself. So I think it's important. That's why currently also I have mentored a few persons, and I'm still mentoring some, right? But what recently I noticed that it was taking part of my time, because I had a lot of person coming to me. Rather than doing that, I had to just sign up to a structured mentoring program where the organization manages the mentoring mentoring mapping, right? Basically, they assign you to a mentee, right? I don't bother myself choosing who I'm going to mentor. I just wait for them to assign me one person, and I work with that person rather than doing more than that. So it's a way of giving back, right? And also it's a way of maintaining relevance for myself. It's not just giving back. There are some things I don't do at work that I would like to get engaged with. I can do that with a mentee, maybe in a particular service or tool set. So in that way, I'm maintaining relevance in that particular field, and also helping someone as well. So yeah, I've been doing that for some time, and it's really important. If you have that, it will help you grow.
Fantabulous. Okay, Pastor, let's talk about mentorship, okay? And how how it also help people get into the tech space. So what do you think about that?
So with mentorship, one thing it will help you do is to make sure you don't lose your path. Like, you decide what you want to do, but sometimes we are distracted by background noises. For example, I was mentoring a boy in England here. He wants to be a business analyst, and he was busy learning Python. For the job he wants to get, Python is not needed, because like business analytics is, first of all, business insight. Power BI tools are what you should be looking at. But looking at Python, you're now going into maybe high-level data analysts, or even some data analysts don't code with Python. So yeah, now I had to tell him, oh, you have to define what you want to do, and if what you're going for, because you can't say, oh, you want to be a back-end developer and you don't know SQL, or you're busy learning Excel sheets. So that's what a mentor does basically. I've been mentoring, just like Ebuka said, the people I mentor to the organization I work under, they just assign us the person. There is this Black Professional Network on LinkedIn. You can find them. There's a official network across Canada, UK, Scotland, etc. So you can see a lot of, you can just go into that place and ask for a mentor, even message anybody that is there. Many people are willing to help people. There's also, for women, there's women in tech. They also mentor quite a lot of women. And like, age is not a barrier, nothing is a barrier. You can have a mentor that is younger than you. All you need is for them to just guide you industry-wise. They will just like, so like, that's it for me, yeah.
That's fantastic. I love that. So you brought in. Let me just a little bit about digression, okay? About mentorship and how mentorship can also help. So when I started, and the reason why it took us about 2 years was anytime because we're ardent learners, okay, we're always reading new articles on Forbes, Forbes, and towards data science, Medium, and all that. So we read an article, that's myself and Adeza, and we had no mentors, okay? At that time when we started, there were very few people in the industry that could actually guide people. So we didn't even have any mentors. So we read an article on how NoSQL, MongoDB was taken over. Okay. And at that point in time when we were learning Python, we dropped Python and started learning MongoDB. It took us another like 2 months learning NoSQL. And we are the part of the reasons why it took us about 2 years because we were distracted. Any new technology that came out, 9 came out, we started learning 9. From 9 to RapidMiner, we're just learning haphazardly, okay? And those are the things mentorship will provide, idea and structure, and those are the things I would like to chip in. So we'll conclude on this aspect, okay? There are 2 major misconceptions people have. Somebody has asked a question, okay, and is on age. I'll allow Pascal to talk on that, okay? So for a lot of people are also limiting themselves to say that, okay, I have 10 years experience in a particular domain. I have 20 years in a particular, I'm old already. Is it worth it for me? All right. Is there an age barrier for the guys going into the tech space? What do you have to say about that, Pascal?
Yeah, so for age, like, I believe everybody have an experience in something. If you're a teacher, you can be an analyst for an educational sector. If you have been a marketer for the past 10 years of your life, there's marketing analytics is a very big industry. It's big for Facebook, it's big for Instagram, it's big for TikTok. If you've been working healthcare or you've been, I work in my team, I have a doctor that is an analyst. And like, but his specialty most times, he also does volunteering for healthcare. He's a specialist because as an analyst, what people don't know is that 90% of your work is domain knowledge, not coding. So 50 years, 60 years, the only problem you can have is maybe if you are in a place like Nigeria, you need to like find a way to touch up your CV and go for it. But if you are applying for diaspora jobs, like offshore jobs, most of them are not looking at your age. Nobody's asking you, like, they even have a thing on diversity and inclusion. Like they are trying, and diversity and inclusion doesn't just say, oh, bring in a black person, bring in a young person. It also says bring in an older person. They have to be diversity of age, gender, and race there. So age is not a barrier. You just use an advantage to use your domain knowledge you have. Be it even if it's a chef, like you can go into food analytics. Like that is a whole business, a big business in France. You can look out for the industries that are into food. They must hire someone in analytics. One of the best paying analytics stuff now is sports analytics. I have a friend working for Man City. His pay is sometimes over the moon. And all he does is like analyze where somebody have to shoot shot from. You understand? So like these things are you just have to tailor your domain knowledge, use it in answering. Yeah, that's it for me, yeah.
All right, Pastor, I think you've done well on that question. So Chukwuemeka, the last question I'm going to ask you is majorly around certification, not even degree this time around.
Yeah.
A lot of people are so adamant that which certification does a data engineer need? Which certification does a data analyst need? They feel like there is a certification that will give them that edge in the industry, getting into the industry. So now for certification, what role does certification play within the tech space from your own experience? You have friends as software engineers, you have friends as data analysts, data engineers, you're a data engineer yourself. What role does certification play within that space, within the space?
There is certification and then there's just coursework. Let's not confuse them. Coursework would be courses like once you take on Udemy, Coursera, those are not certifications. Certifications will be in the line of, let's say, AWS developer specialty or data specialty, or AWS architect, solution architect. So those are actual certifications. They may not play a relevant role in the sense that what you're looking at, what companies are looking at is a skill set. If you have a skill set, you are perfect, you're fine. However, like companies like AWS, Amazon, for most of their roles, if you're applying to them, they will say you should have AWS data architect certification, or AWS data, or solution architect. Yeah. So if you're looking towards a particular company that requires those, it might be necessary to give you an edge. But most times what they're looking at is your skill set, right? They don't care much about certifications. If you can show them why they're asking for those certifications is basically to see whether you've made some implementation integrations with those tools or services. If your work has shown that you worked with those services for data engineer, what they're looking at is basically working with AWS Glue, Redshift, and the rest. If you work with all those services, they won't care more about they'll care less about your certification. So why they're telling that is to see whether you've worked with those kind of tools, right? So if you don't have that skill set, right, that they need, it might be necessary to take certification to get that skill set, just so you get the job. Don't confuse certification with coursework. Those are different. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I have to say in that regard. Yeah.
Yeah. You see a lot of people just going on Udemy, breeze through the course, try, and get a certificate and they'll put it on their CV.
No, that's just courses. And for me, most of the things I've learned is on Udemy. I'll have to say that Udemy has a variety of courses. Most of the things I've learned are on Udemy, right? I've done an online course before once after Udemy, but yeah, so yeah.
All right, awesome. I think I love the way you were able to go through it, certification separated between Udemy, coursework, and certification itself.
Yeah.
Getting started, like you said, it's not necessary for you to get certificate.
No,
as long as you can get a skill, I think you're pretty much good to go. I think on final note, so we don't keep you more than 1 hour, okay? On final notes, if you were supposed to advise yourself, back in the days for beginners, let's take a look at beginners, For the beginners on the call, what advice would you give them? Okay, they're interested, but a lot of people are just so timid to take that risk to getting started. Okay, so what would you say to somebody that wants to get started, but they're still not sure? What would you advise them?
The more you wait, the longer it will take. For me, I mentioned earlier, I said when I was in school that I would never learn programming. I told myself that. But look at me, I can't do without it. So I was so scared about writing programs. It was the bane of my existence. I saw my friends do it and I thought I couldn't do it. And when I started, it was very difficult, I have to admit that. But the more you do it, the easier it becomes. So take the first step, try to at least start, right? And maintain that consistency. It's not about the length of time you spend a day. It's about how long you're able to do it continuously, consistency basically across the months or the years to come. So maintain that consistency, start at least. It doesn't matter how much you do, just a little at the time, right? But make that first step is very important. And yes, it's okay to doubt yourself when you're applying. I used to doubt myself when I was applying for jobs, thinking I don't think I'm ready yet. But just apply. Believe me, you are better than 80% of people that are applying for that job. Most of us feel that we don't know much, and my friends put it this way, that it's usually the most cheap people that don't doubt themselves. Like you find a very stupid person that's full of courage, right? Those that are intelligent try to doubt themselves. So when you doubt yourself, it actually means you have some kind of intelligence in you and you know what you're going for actually. So if you're doubting yourself, you know a little bit more than you think to apply. So try and apply irrespective. I used to fear that I didn't know, and my friend told me that's just not right. Just apply. Exactly. And I've gotten jobs that I didn't think I would get just by applying. This company I'm working for is one of the best, and if someone told me I would working for them, I wouldn't believe it, right? So just try.
Just try. Literally, there's no trying. Nobody will
just
arrest
try.
you.
Yeah.
Just try. Just try. put you on to test it. Okay. All right, Pascal, what would you say about that? Okay, for beginners, same question. How would you advise beginners are scared of starting?
So for beginners, one thing I will say, I will talk like I'm talking to myself. When I'm starting this journey, you will think that, oh, if you get employed, they will see you as, it's like, okay, you don't know anything. No, even in the industry, like how you be writing an exam and sometimes you forget how to spell is. You will see a manager like how will you solve this? And you'll be wondering, am I not supposed to, is he not supposed to be teaching me? So no matter how small what you know is, it's never too small. The small baby steps, you just need to start with small baby steps, like I said. Just start with the simplest things. Start with the simplest things in programming. Like you might think, oh, that they are too small, but what you do in data analytics, business analytics, are basically what people in secondary school do with some other tools. It's just that you're now applying it in a business case. So just start small. The small baby steps, they really count. That's all I can say. Yeah.
Just start. Like I think I buy that idea so much. Just try. Like just there's no harm in trying. Okay. So I really want to appreciate you guys for taking our time. Okay. So sorry, there's a question that just caught my eye, and I want you guys to just handle it in like a minute so we can close this aspect. Okay. Somebody's saying that they're not good in mathematics and statistics. Okay. What role does that play within the data ecosystem or within the tech space itself? So Pascal, I'll take you like in a minute. Okay, sorry. Okay, let me just take Pascal because it's spoke class. Okay. So Pascal, what do you say? What would you say about that? Mathematics, statistics, to what degree do you need to be an expert in that space in order for you to succeed?
I will have to ask this person a question back, and like that to answer his question. Can he count money? If he can count money, he doesn't need extra mathematics because the core of mathematics is basically algebra. Right? Algebra is somebody owes you 5 naira, you have 10 naira. If I pay the person 5 naira, how much do I have? Right? If you can do this basic mathematics, nobody is coming to tell you to do complex variables or tensor and vector analysis. Nobody does that in business analytics. They are analyzing just simple business problems. How many people signed up for the promo we have on Instagram? 10 people. How many of them signed up through this website? 2 people. Now, if 2 people signed up through this website, can we use this thing to build a model? Yes or no? Nobody is telling you now, take it to the second integral, differential, or to take it to vector, or to do vertices analysis. No, nobody's telling you to do all those things. Like, I can't remember the last time I did core integration or Laplace transform. What I've been doing is basically case when 50 divided by 2, that's what you need to know. So you don't need core mathematics or core mathematics statistics skills. Yeah.
So Chukwuemeka, what do you think about that? Mathematics and the tech space?
Yeah, I think I agree somewhat in that regard. If for business guys, business analytics, I don't think you need that. Is basic mathematics that you can apply to graphs and charts. So if you all those basic sum, add, addition. Data engineers, we don't do a lot of mathematics as well. Is case statements, right, in SQL. So SQL is not math intensive, right? It's the basic mathematics. But when you're talking about data science, so for data engineer as well as business analytics, you would not need a lot of mathematics to get by. However, for data scientists, you would need a lot of mathematics. You would have an understanding of mathematics, right? Is the bedrock, and AI researcher in that regard. So those ones, but for, like Pascal said, the business analysis, you don't need that at all. Yeah.
Honestly, it felt like I was interviewing myself, and you guys are, given the same thing that we'll be saying over the years about people getting started, and the same thing that you guys have resounded. And the reason why we like to bring in experts within our session is just so that people hear from other people. Okay, they can hear from you. You're currently in the industry. Do you understand? You're leading teams at the moment. Okay, and you're doing this on a day-to-day. So you're at liberty. You're at that space in your career for you to advise people. Do you understand? I really want to appreciate you guys taking out time to speak to, we had over 200 people earlier. Okay, speaking to all these people looking to get this started. All right, some of them will be your DMs on LinkedIn. Okay, so you do well to respond to them if You can act as their mentors also. That's fantastic. We'll talk more extensively about how analytics will help them anyways, okay? Well, I really want to appreciate you guys for taking our time on a Saturday. I know you guys are busy, very busy professionals. So I want you guys to appreciate, Chukwuebuka and Pascal today by just, dropping an icon, maybe the clap hand icon on the chat. So just drop a icon, any icon you can see, just drop an icon, okay, to show the interest in today's session. So thank you very much, Pascal. Thank you very much, Chukwuebuka. I really enjoyed the session. Thank you very much. All right, you can see everybody's dropping their comments now. Yeah, Chukwuebuka, you want to say something?
No, I want to say thank you for having me. I think Pascal also saw Bison. It's nice meeting you, Femina, and Deiza. Pascal, it's nice meeting you. Good night.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. I think that's going to be coming in now. Okay, thank you, Chukwuebuka, Pascal. You guys can. Deiza is going to be coming. I'm going to see this very big thumbs up. The biggest thumbs up I've seen. Okay. Well, Lucia, it feels like you're the one I enjoyed the session the most, okay? All right. Anyways, Adisa is going to be coming in to talk more about testimonials. I told you earlier that we have helped over 2,000 people transition into the tech space. All right. Now it's time for us to show you our workings. It's time for us to show you our workings, evidence of people that have actually, Nigerians, Africans that have gotten their jobs working in the tech space. So just, Adisa, I'm going to hand over to you now.
All right, thank you very much, Femina, and thank you guys for being a part of today's session. Like Femina mentioned, and Chukwuebuka, Pascal, they talked about a whole lot of things, and I've seen your questions in the chat. Be rest assured that we'll answer all those questions that you have, okay? Now, when you hear about people transitioning, somebody had studied electrical electronics. I studied industrial chemistry. Femina studied economics. So how do you then transition? And that's why I tell a lot of people that education does not matter. Your background does not matter. You don't need anything to get started. The most important thing is the tech ecosystem is a skill-based ecosystem, which means anybody, you can learn that skill to also transition. Just like I learned the skill, Femina learns the skill, Pascal and the others learns the skill as well. Now, I'll give a very broad overview about something I want to touch on because I saw that come up, quite a number of people mentioned that in the chat, which is, oh, can Udemy, can Coursera and the rest help me get my first job? I always tell people this. That's one of the wrongest places to go for somebody who wants to transition. All right? If you are getting started, you are a newbie, you are going to get stuck. I've been there myself. Femina has been there. You will get stuck. Now, for somebody transitioning as a newbie, you need mentors. You need people that will work with you. When you get stuck, you need to have that avenue to ask questions, and someone would help you, walk you through, and tell you exactly what you need to do. You need somebody to help you with your CV, to prepare you for interviews. You never get that on Udemy or Coursera, and that's why we like to tell people, I use Udemy, I use Coursera, but as an experienced professional, not to get started. If you want to use that to get started, you waste so much time because you will not have all the support that you need to crack that nut at the very beginning. Okay, now let's go to people like you that have gotten jobs. All right, it's very, very important. So how has Tenalytics helped people land jobs within the tech ecosystem? And I'll take a couple of career paths from data analytics to data science and so on, because it always seems impossible until you see other people doing the things that you're also trying to achieve. Some of the newly minted data analysts within the Tenalytics ecosystem, we have Muhyiddin. And just like so many of you, Muhyiddin came to us last year, August 2023, and he completed his program in December 2023 and landed his first job in the tech ecosystem in February this year. So about 2-3 months ago, Muhyiddin landed his very first job. Now, the most interesting thing about Muhyiddin is that Muhyiddin lives in Nigeria, just like so many of you joining the call today, and he works for this company called BBX in the UK. all right? And what it does is to help BBX get new clients, new customers, leveraging data. All right. He works remotely, he earns in pounds, and he spends in naira. And you'd agree with me that that's the best position you want to be today. And this is Muhyiddin, who came from nothing related to tech, just like so many of you who are joining us today. And today he works with a company in the UK, getting his very first job in tech. We prepared him for his interviews. We helped him with his CV. We helped him with his LinkedIn. And I'll show you Muhyiddin and Damilare's LinkedIn profile. So that gives you a clear sense of some of the things you need to do and put in place to get those jobs. All right, that's Muhyiddin's story. Let's go to Oluwadamilare. Oluwadamilare only started his job this month in April. So he's freshly minted out of Tenalytics. He joined our data analytics program, and today he got a job with a company in the UK as a sustainability data analyst. We worked with Oluwadamilare. We prepared him for his interviews. He had a series of interviews. We prepared him for his interviews, and he was able to land a job. We're going to listen to Oluwadamilare, all right? And I would also show you Oluwadamilare's LinkedIn profile as well. And this was the message, the email Damilare sent to me when he landed the job. Hello, Adaiza. I'm super excited to inform you and the entire Tenalytics employability team that I successfully landed a role as a sustainability data analyst. I want to thank you for the support. God bless you guys real good. Now, this is Oluwadamilare, who had never done anything tech before. But today he's a data analyst, sustainable data analyst with a company in the UK. All right. So I'm just going to I'm going to take, the next 1 minute, and I'll show you some of the things you need to do to position yourself to get a job just like Oluwadamilare. How did we help him? All right. So I'm going to go to Oluwadamilare's profile very quickly. Okay, and I'll show you. And this is why getting a job today in 2024 for companies, the global companies, you want to position yourself for success. Okay, so one of the things you'd see with Oluwadamilare in his profile is you both worked at Tenalytics. What does this mean? I'm going to explain this to you. All right, go to Oluwadamilare's profile. You'll see his new job as a sustainability data analyst working for BAM UK. He just started the job this month in April, like I mentioned. And the next role, or that job title you can see here is called what? Data analyst with Tenalytics on a contract basis. Why is this important? Just like Pascal and Chukwuebuka has said, these organizations want to see that you have done this before. They want to see that you have experience working in that role, either through projects or through working for a particular organization. So what we do is, for our participants, anybody who joins any of our programs, you don't join that program as a learner or as a trainee. You join the program as an employee, a contract employee, because that organization would ask you for a reference. Show me somebody who can refer, who can speak for you, who can give you a recommendation that you've done this before. And these were some of the things that helped Oluwadamilare land his job as a sustainability data analyst. The company came to us, they requested for a reference, we provided that for them, and that helped Oluwadamilare, because the same skills you are learning during the training are the same skills you will apply when you eventually get the job. So that's Oluwadamilare working in Leeds in the UK, doing a fantastic job as a sustainability data analyst. Now, let's listen to Oluwadamilare very quickly, and then I'll breeze through the rest. That's going into the other guys who have gotten jobs across the different other programs. All right, but let's listen to Oluwadamilare very, very quickly, and let's hear from him. So Oluwadamilare joined us last year. All right. He was doing his master's in the UK, but he knew very quickly, just like Pascal also said, Efemena also mentioned, I also did my master's about 9 years after I started my career. And that was a waste, the most money I have ever wasted, because I never really learned anything new from my master's in data analytics. All right. And like Efemena said, I'll probably teach all the teachers, all the lecturers we had, because they were all focused on theoretical concepts rather than the practical application of these things in the real world. Oluwadamilare was also doing his master's, completed his master's, and realized that, look, I can't get a job because I haven't gotten the skills that employers in the real world would want. He joined our data analytics program, completed it, started to apply for jobs, and today he's been able to land his job as a sustainability data analyst. So let's listen to Oluwadamilare very quickly. All right. So I'm just going to be sure you can all hear. So I'm going to play the video for like a minute, for like a second, and let me know if you can hear Oluwadamilare, and then I'll continue playing.
Hi everyone, my name is Damilare Oje. Today.
So if you could hear Damilare, just type in a 1.
Hi everyone, my name is Damilare.
Just type in a 1. Brilliant. Okay, so let's listen to Damilare.
Hi everyone, my name is Damilare Oje. Today I want to quickly share my testimony of how I was able to transition into tech, all with the help of Tenalytics. So it happened over a year ago when I saw a post on Twitter, now X, that talks about how to learn a new tech skill. I followed the post and landed on a page where I got to discover Tenalytics for the very first time. There I saw a list of skills that you could learn, but the one that resonated with me the most was data analysis. So I registered for the masterclass, I attended, and I was blown away by what was taught at the masterclass. And it didn't take me too long to make my decision of registering for the data analysis course with Tenalytics, and the rest, like they say, is history. So for me, it's been an amazing journey learning with Tenalytics, because I've been able to learn the intricacies of data analysis, all with the help of Tenalytics, putting together seasoned instructors that will take you from zero or whatever level you are to becoming a master at any tech skill that you decide to learn with them. Also, with Tenalytics, I've been able to learn how to use tools like Microsoft Excel, BI tools like Power BI, Tableau, and even SQL to analyze data in a more robust way, and also give actionable insights and recommendations into my findings after my analysis. And beyond the learning, Tenalytics have put together awesome mentorship sessions that has helped me personally to position myself out there for jobs, and also helped me to optimize my LinkedIn page and profile, where recruiters now reach out to me for jobs as well. So another thing is, Tenalytics have been super helpful when it comes to interview preparation. They've been able to prepare me for several interviews just to put me in the best place when it comes to interviewing for jobs out there. So Tenalytics have been super helpful, and this is something that I don't think is common out there, where you see people teach you these tech skills and still stick with you until you're able to land a very good job. And right now, I can confidently tell you that I am a certified data analyst, and I've been able to land a very good job with awesome benefit, all thanks to Tenalytics. So I believe now is the best moment for me to say a huge thank you to Tenalytics for helping me achieve my dreams of transitioning into tech, because if not for Tenalytics, I don't know where I would have been. So I want to say a very big thank you to Tenalytics for helping me achieve my dreams. To wrap up, if you're looking into learning any tech skill, don't look too far. Tenalytics is the best place to be. Why? Because you've heard my testimony. There are several other testimonies out there as well. So if you're looking into learning any tech skill, just register with Tenalytics today. Come one, come all, refer your friends, refer your family members who are looking into transitioning into tech as well, because what Tenalytics offer is super great than what you can see out there. So I recommend Tenalytics to you and your family members today. Just go ahead and take massive action. Register with Tenalytics, and you won't regret doing that. You won't be disappointed at all, guys. So that's it from me today. I want to wish you all the best, and I hope to see you all at the top, because that's where I'm going to be myself. So bye for now, guys, and cheers.
Right, so that's Damilare right there. And of course, so many other amazing professionals. You have Benga, who was trying to get a job for 2 years in Poland. He couldn't land a job. He came to us, joined our data analytics program, and today he works as a business data analyst for a company in Poland. Another amazing professional. And you also have, I've kept the links to all these different videos. You can listen to these amazing professionals and hear what they have to say. All right. You have Abigail. A lot of you must have seen Abigail. Abigail is a fantastic professional. Abigail used to work in Canada as a care worker, as a carer. Now, she knew that she couldn't do that for a very long time. So she decided that I want to leave the care industry and I want to get into tech. She came into our business analysis program, completed the program, and in less than 2 months after completing her program with us, she was able to get a job as a business analyst working with the government of Alberta in Canada. And Abigail is doing an amazing job today working as a business analyst. You have other professionals. You have Mojishola. Mojishola also in the UK got a job as a business analyst. Just Mojishola got a job, sending me this message in December. She just got the job sometime around November, telling us that Adaiza, I want to say a very big thank you for everything. I sincerely appreciate your help. God bless you immensely. Joined our program just like so many other people who joined, and she was able to land a job as a business analyst. Same with Olamide. I'd like to talk a little bit about Olamide's story because Olamide already had experience, but then he couldn't land a job when he lost his job in February. He lost his job in February. He had applied to so many jobs, couldn't get another job as a business analyst. He came to us, and all we needed to do was to advise him to learn Excel, Power BI, and SQL. As a business analyst, add these to your skills. He did that, joined our business analysis program, and he was able to land a job as a business data analyst. Now, I want to emphasize the data in the job role, business data analyst. And the reason why he got that job was simply because of this advice that we gave to him to learn these skills. He joined the business analysis program with us at Tenalytics, completed this program, and by November, couldn't get a job since February, came to us in July, registered in July, completed his program, and he landed a job in November 2023. And he's saying, Adaiza, thank you for your support this past few months. I really appreciate all the help. And like Pascal and Chukwuebuka said, all these things go far beyond just you learning the skill. Anybody can learn the skill. There are so many people that learn on YouTube, on Udemy, on Coursera, but then they don't know what to do in terms of what should I learn? What do I need to add to my CV to position myself for that job? What do I need to say when I get into an interview? And that's where we do the best work at Tenalytics. We finish work, like Nigerians say, during the interview. We tell you all the things you need to prepare for and how to prepare in the most appropriate way possible. You also have a lawyer. I saw somebody who sent a message in the chat saying he's a lawyer, studied, currently did his master's as a cybersecurity analyst. Temi was also a lawyer, joined our business analysis program, and was able to transition from being a lawyer to a business analyst. You have Ramat, who also joined us. Ramat used to work in the UK with British Gas as a customer success representative, but she joined our business analysis program, and today she got a business analyst role that was also sponsored, a full visa sponsorship job. So this is Ramat transitioning from a customer success representative to a fully sponsored business analyst, currently on a tier 2 skilled worker visa. You have the financial analyst. You have Chika, who currently works in the UK as a financial analyst after joining our financial analytics program. Akintayo, the CFO, got a job as a CFO after Nene, who is our financial analytics expert, prepared him for his interview. He applied to this job, went for the interview. We prepared him for the interview, and he landed the job as a CFO. That it didn't end there. The company reached out to us to provide a reference. We provided the reference, and today Akintayo works for that company as a CFO. You have Solomon, who was also an engineering graduate, today a financial analyst, and the list goes on and on and on. You have Victor, who also landed his first job while still in Nigeria as a people operations analyst for a company in the US, working remotely. That's the life. That's what everybody wants to achieve. All right. I want to sit at the comfort of my home, somewhere in Lagos, somewhere in Ibadan, somewhere in Niger State. And I want to work for global companies across the globe. All right. Victor was able to do this after completing our HR analytics program. Sonia works for British American Tobacco currently, after completing our master's in the UK and completing our program. Completing our HR analytics program, we prepared her for our interview, and we also gave her a tip of what she needed to do to land the job with British American Tobacco in the UK. And I'm going to highlight and talk about that tip that we gave to Sonia. Data science, we have Shade, who had never done anything data science before. Today, she works as a data scientist. You have Shei, who also resides in Niger State in Nigeria, and Shei currently works for a company in the US called Chow 420, living the life, working as a data scientist after completing our full stack data science program. Data engineering as well, phenomenal professionals. You have Michael, who transitioned, got a job in the UK, had never done data engineering before, and also same with Idris. Idris got a job with Jaguar Land Rover. After that was his very first job in the UK. Now he's transitioned from that job to another role called the Senior Analytics Engineer role with QuantSpark, a technology company in the UK, in London. And we prepared him for his interviews, and he was able to secure these jobs. And the list goes on and on and on. So what I've done is to also keep the link for you guys to have access to watch, the different testimonials of amazing people that have been able to transition. And I'll say this again one more time, especially for those that are starting newly. You have studied philosophy, you studied arts, you've done something commercial, you've not done anything tech. You are not, you're not in a special category of people. I have been there. Ifemena has been there, and I can bet you 90% of the people in tech today have done nothing related to tech. They all learned the skill, they all worked on projects, and they were also able to transition to get jobs. We talk about projects, we talk about portfolios. What does that mean? All right. And I'm just going to show you one example of what a portfolio looks like for a data analyst. Let's take that as an example. Pascal talked about going on Kaggle to get data to work on projects. What we've built is to build a project-based learning environment for you in a way that once you complete your programs, your tasks and activities in class, also you have the opportunity to join our 1-month internship at the end of your training. All that culminates into you creating an amazing portfolio. And I'm going to show you an example of what a portfolio looks like, because these are the things recruiters would look out for. They don't care about your degree. They don't care about you having any certificates. They want to see that the things you say you can do, you have done them before. The tools you say you can use, you've applied them in solving projects. So this is a portfolio for Victoria Uchemadu. Victoria Uchemadu was in our data analytics program, and she built these projects during her training with us. All right. She worked on a medical related case study. She has never worked in healthcare before, but this is the amazing benefits personal projects gets you at the end of the day. Now, Victoria can go into any company, the NHS in the UK, any other company in the health sector, and talk about the deep care hospital ER visit analysis, the emergency room visits. Okay, and you'd see that for every project she highlighted, she also kept a link to access these projects. All right, you have the Redux Airline flight analysis. It's a case study you're going to build during the data analytics program. It's for the aviation industry. You have Express Tech Food Delivery, a food delivery distribution company. You work for that company. Nestle Product Analytics, Zenith Electronics using SQL. But I'll just show you, let's look at the healthcare one very quickly. All right. So what you do is you put this portfolio link on your CV. So recruiters can access what you've done. And they can see that if you say you've used Tableau to solve problems, they can see clearly that you have actually used those tools. So this is what Uchemadu built. And you can see the ER hospital analysis, emergency room visits, and you can see the dashboard she created using Tableau. All right. Anybody who sees this would know that whoever built this has a very good understanding of Tableau. So there is no doubt. I'm going to invite this person for an interview. Come tell me about your experience. I want to listen to you so that I can hire you. And it's not just, you know, for you to look at it. You can also interact with it. That makes it also very, very amazing. Now, if I want to see the ER visits for just Q1, all I need to do is if I come here and I select just Q1, what happens? It shows me just the visits for Q1, 1450, total number of emergency room patients, the average age, the average wait time, average satisfaction score. I can take that. If I want to see Q2, I click on Q2 and it shows me for only Q2, and it is interactive. And this even makes it a lot more amazing. So all the things Pascal Chukwuebuka mentioned, this is bringing it home. Recruiters want to see that you have experience using tools to solve problems. That'll get you the job a lot faster than any degree you have or any certificate. Those are just paper that you have somewhere. And every recruiter, if I ask you today, if you want to hire somebody as a data scientist or as a HR analyst, would you care about the person's certificate or care if the person can do the job? 101% of you would say you would want somebody who can do the job. All right. So that just highlights and show you, you know, the bit of what you need to do, some of the things you need to put in place for you to land a job. Your portfolio, you have to have a stellar LinkedIn, stellar CV, know how to talk during interviews, preempt the questions you need to ask, how to answer the questions. And that's where Tenalytics does its best work. You don't get that anywhere else, okay? So Efemena is going to walk us through something very quickly. Efemena, let me know if you are good to go with that, or you want me to keep on going.
Okay, yes. Let me just walk them through the different tech areas, and then we can call it a day. Is that okay?
All right, that's fine. So I'd hand over to Efemena quickly. Okay.
Okay. All right. So a lot of you currently on the call are looking to get into tech area. Okay. And we have about 8 of them currently on the screen. So we have the role of a business analyst. We have the role of a data analyst. Okay. Financial analyst, HR analyst, data science, which we call the full stack data science, data engineering, Scrum Master, and cybersecurity. Now, I want you guys to use the chart to tell me exactly which of these career paths are you interested in. Just use the chart. You can put it in abbreviation, okay? Data analyst, you can put DA. Business analyst, put a BA. Financial analyst, put FA. You know, put abbreviations, okay? You can use the acronyms. Okay, so we have the BA, FA, BA, DA, DA. Okay, that's good. Data analyst, data scientist, Scrum Master, okay? Full stack data scientist, okay? Data scientist, business analyst, financial analyst. Okay, I can say an HR analyst there. Okay, cybersecurity, fantastic. DA, DE, DS, BA, those are the ones that are literally everywhere. Okay, all right, depends. Okay, fantastic. So in the next 15, 20 minutes, I'm going to walk you through what you need in order for you to secure these roles, okay? We've spoken extensively about the tech space today, what you need, and, you know, how to get started, all right? The reason why we selected these 8 career paths is not just randomly selected. They were not randomly selected. They were selected based off certain criteria. And I'm going to tell you the criteria because we at Tenalytics, we don't do any gatekeeping, okay? We tell you for it. We tell you facts, okay? We did not select these courses based off our interest, okay? We selected this based on research that we did personally. So we are a data company, and every decision that we make is based on data. So let me explain to you. The things that we're looking at career paths that are easy to learn, okay? So you can see them for the next 3 months, 2 months plus, okay? You can learn this skill under a short duration of time. The second thing that we looked at was you can easily get a job. You can get a job. Okay. So if you look at the role of a business analyst, regardless of anywhere you find yourself in the world, you type in the role of a business analyst, you will see tons of opportunity awaiting you. All right. So you don't want to transition into a tech role, or you don't want to learn a skill that is likely going to take you a while in order for you to get a job. So, for example, if today you learn Web3 developer, how fast do you think you can get a job as a Web3 developer or as a crypto something? All right. So the career paths that we selected are based off these three metrics. First, easy to learn, something you can learn in the next 2-3 months. All right. Something you can easily get a job. Then the third one is high-paying careers. Okay, these people, you would see their career, you see the amount that they earn on average in the next couple of minutes. So you have good salary, you have good remuneration at the end of the day. So those are the three reasons why we selected this career path. Easy to learn, easy to transition, and high rewarding salaries. That's the thing that we're looking at. All right. So this 8 career paths stuck out to us based on so many other research that we did that we don't have enough time to speak about today. Okay. All right. Now, just going straight into the conversation, you guys have told us, you've told me exactly what career paths that you're going to be looking at. Now, the role of the business analyst, okay, is majorly centered around process improvement. When I say process improvement, the business analyst is focused majorly on process improvement. All right. So take, for example, you work with Amazon today, you get a job with Amazon. Okay. When you go on Amazon, you order for a product. Let's say it takes about 3 days for that product to get delivered to you as a user. Okay. The business analyst will look at that particular process. Okay. And see that, okay, do you know what? How can we improve this process? How can we make it more efficient? All right. That's the role of the business analyst. All right. So how can we take it from 3 days in terms of delivery? How can we take it to the next day? How can we ensure that even if you order for something in the morning, you can get it that same day? How can we try to improve our process, make it more efficient in order for us to generate more income, that's more revenue, or reduce costs? That's the role of the business analyst. So the business analyst is focused majorly on process improvement, process enhancement, process efficiency. That's what the business analyst is more concerned about. Okay. Now, you'll see the first part of what you have here, okay? You'll see the first thing you're going to learn is Excel, Power BI, and SQL. The first couple of things you're going to learn is Excel, Power BI, and SQL, okay? Now, let me just get my pen real quick, okay? So now the business analyst needs a lot with the advancement in technology, with the advancement in roles. A lot of organizations now are looking for business analysts that have a spice of data analytics. Okay, so you're a business analyst, you're focused more on process, okay? Trying to improve certain processes within the organization. But now these organizations are not looking for business analysts that have at least a good knowledge of data analytics. And that's the reason why we have Excel, Power BI, and SQL as a fundamental skill to learn before diving into business analysis. Okay, so you will learn a bit of analytics, like using Excel for analytics, using Power BI, and using SQL. And the reason why you're going to do that is because we have roles now that are more business analysis inclined, but have a bit of data analytics in them. Okay, so you will see roles like business data analyst. Okay, so you completed this training program, you would have more roles that you could actually apply to. So meaning that if the role does not involve data analytics, you can apply. If the roles include a bit of data analytics, you can also apply. So a lot of people that are stuck on just learning business analysis, you know, in a vanilla way, are stuck to only applying for only BA roles. But with this, you can apply for some type of data analyst roles. You can apply for, you know, business data analyst roles, and you can also apply for business analyst roles. So you have a huge spectrum of roles to apply to, and that's the reason why we designed it in this particular way. Now, once you finish the analytics aspect, once you finish Excel, Power BI, and SQL, you now move into the main domain, the business analysis concepts, stuff around process mapping. Like I mentioned, the business analyst is focused majorly on process improvement. So what's process improvement? Without understanding the process, you need to understand the process. And in order for you to understand the process, you need to be able to map out the process. So that's where process mapping comes in. So you learn process mapping, you learn project initiation planning, agile and Scrum for projects, software development lifecycle, requirement fundamental, elicitation, stakeholder analysis and engagement, and you would also learn how to use AI as a business analyst. So you leverage ChatGPT for business analysis. Okay, so those are the key learning points in order for you to become a business analyst. Straight to the point, easy for you to understand, easy for you to conceptualize, easy for you to learn, easy for you to transition, high and rewarding salaries. Those are the key 3 things that we're looking at. Okay, now the learning timeline for you to become a business analyst, for you to go through the curriculum, is 4 months. 4 months. 2 months of learning and 2 months of immersive, can somebody say immersive internship, where you're going to be working on hands-on project as a business analyst. So 2 months of learning and 2 months of internship. And during the internship, you will be managing a web app development from ideation to completion to deployment. Okay, from ideation to deployment. Okay, so 2 months of hands-on practical experience. Okay, and you have 2 months of learning experience also. Now, for the classes, we have the live classes on Saturdays and on Sunday. Okay, and we've made it very, very encompassing, very, very, very encompassing in the sense that we have the morning class tailored for the guys in Europe and the guys in West Africa, the guys in Africa in general. Okay, so we have the morning session. So if you're in West Africa, you're in Africa, you are in Europe, you can go for the morning session, which is between 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African time. So that's the way we do the classes. We have the classes every Saturday, between 11 to 2 p.m. West African time. For the guys in West Africa, for the guys in Africa, the guys in Europe. Okay, and we also have the evening session tailored for the guys in America. So that's, if you're in the US or you're in Canada, this timing is tailored for you. Okay, so we have 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. West African time. That will be the morning for the guys in America. Okay, the guys in the US, the guys in Canada. So that will be 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, MST. Okay, so if you're in Canada, okay, or you're in the US looking to transition into the role of business analyst, the class runs every Saturday between 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And if you're in Nigeria, the time runs between 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African time. On Sunday, you also have live classes. Okay. Same thing, you have afternoon and evening session. Afternoon tailored towards the guys in West Africa, and the guys in Europe. That's 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. West African time. We also have the evening session, which is tailored for the guys in the US, Canada, like I mentioned earlier. That will be between 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That will be the evening for you guys. All right. That will be the evening for the guys in West Africa. That will be 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. West African time. So we have the morning session, we have the evening session, tailored to suit you depending on your time zone. So you don't even need to, you don't need to, it's literally tailored for you. Do you understand? All right, to capture all the things that you need to learn within within the time zone that you have selected. So these are the key learning points that you need to learn in order for you to become a business analyst. Like I mentioned, the business analyst is more focused around process. Okay, now we're going to talk more about the role of the data analyst. Okay, so the data analyst is now that core data professional that handles data, that works with data, that analyzes data, that tells a story around the data for the business. Okay, so if you're looking to analyze data, you want to tell a story around data. So if they want to find out what was our revenue last year, what was our revenue in 2 years time, in the last 5 years, can you do a trend, to find out what the revenue of the business has been in the last 5 years? The data analyst is that person that would analyze the data and tell the business that, oh, in the last 5 years, we've seen an uptick, or we have seen a decline in our revenue. Oh, how many customers did we lose last month? How many customers did we generate? What was the impact of the discounts that we gave out to our customers last month? Do you understand? The data analyst is the person that analyzes the data and tell a story around how the business is performing. Do you understand? That will do tests, that will run some tests and tell the business, this is how you're feeling at the moment. You just imagine a sick person going to see the doctor. All right. The doctor needs to analyze and he needs to know exactly what is wrong with the person. Okay. So the doctor will run some tests. Oh, you have headache, you have this, you have that. This is what is wrong with you. This is what we need to treat. These are the things that we need to do to make you feel better. All right. It's the same thing with the organization. So the organization needs somebody to be able to assess certain aspect of the business. It could be customer, it could be sales, it could be logistics, it could be supply chain, it could be anything, it could be human resource, all right? It could be finance, analyzing the financial data to be able to tell them what is happening, what you should do differently, and so on and so forth. So that's the role of the data analyst, more focused around the data for the business. Now, what do you need to learn to become a data analyst? That's like one of the most asked questions ever. Okay, what do I need to learn to become a data analyst? Number one, not Python. Okay, not Python. No more start learning Python. Okay. Now, what do you need to learn? Number one is problem solving. The first skill you need to learn is problem solving. You need to be able to solve problems. Now, what does problem solving entail? You breaking down problems into smaller chunks. Now, what are these problems that you might say? Take for example, okay? Take for example, you have a business. Today you have a business. Okay, let's say you have a car wash. Okay, you have a car wash business, and you find out that during summer, you don't get a lot of people coming to wash their cars. Okay, during winter, you have a lot of people coming to wash their cars because their cars get dirty easily because of the snow, because of rain, and so on. Their cars, the cars get dirty, so they want to go to wash their cars. But during summer, you don't get a lot of people coming to wash their cars because everywhere is dried. There's less dust, so you see a lot of people having their cars cleaned maybe once in like 2 months. Okay, and their cars are fine. So now, as a data analyst within the car wash business, you now need to find out, how do I get people to come during summer to wash their cars? And so you break that problem down into smaller chunks to be able to tell the business how to solve this problem. Okay, so the key skill that you need to learn as a data analyst is problem solving. All right, because you're going to be answering a lot of questions and you need to be able to break these questions down into smaller chunks in order for you to analyze and prefer a solution to the business. Problem solving. Now you need to go into the technologies, the tools, your equipment of work. Okay, you need to learn Excel. Excel is a fundamental technology that you need to learn. So Excel is not just the Excel that you used back in the days when you're doing data entry, okay, or calculating your wedding bills. Okay, that's not the kind of Excel that we're going to be learning. You're going to be learning Excel for data analytics. Okay, so you'll be able to build dashboards, reports, automate certain reports, and so on. You would also learn SQL, structured query language. All right, structured query language. This is the language that allows you to interact with the database. All right, that allows you to interact with the database. You write your SQL code to be able to extract data, manipulate data, and so on and so forth. All right. Then you go into Power BI. Power BI is like the main technology everybody talks about when you're talking about data analytics. So you need to learn Power BI. Okay. Power BI, you need to learn Tableau. So now those are the key technologies that you need to learn: Excel, SQL, Power BI, and Tableau. These are the 4 major technologies you need to learn as a data analyst in order for you to secure your role within the tech space, within the data analytics space. Then, a very key thing a lot of people don't take for granted, if you remember what Pascal said, Pascal talked about stakeholder management, being able to tell people about the business, what you're doing currently, what analysis you've done. All right. That is data storytelling. That's number 6, data storytelling. Now, you analyze data. Like I said, the data analyst is focused around analyzing data and telling a story, telling how to solve a problem or what's the problem or whatever the case might be based off the data that is available. How do you tell a story with your data? Very important. It's not just you doing a visualization. I see 50% of our customers are male, 20% of them are female, and the remaining are, whatever gender they want to say. Okay. It's not just about that. It's about telling a clear, hot story. And this is what really makes data analytics very fun, because these are things that they don't know. The stakeholders don't know. The CEO, the CFO, the CTO, all of them, they don't know. So you're coming to tell them things that they don't know. and they want to make decision based off that thing that you're about to say. All right. So how do you tell them? How do you convince them? How do you sell it to them based off the analysis that you've done? That's where data storytelling comes in. And that is an essential skill set for a data analyst. All right. Now we have ChatGPT for analytics. That's you leveraging AI for analytics. And this is now fundamental skill set you need to have. I was talking to a friend of mine I worked with, and one of the top FMCG company was recruited for the role of a data analyst just under 5 months ago. Okay, that's towards the end of last year. Okay. And I was telling me that he needs a data analyst. And one of the key requirements he was working on is the person must be able to use ChatGPT. Okay. And I was asking him why, like, for majority of these organizations don't want to use AI, because of data privacy and all that. And it was like, oh, no, it's not because of that. It will likely take you faster if you know how to use ChatGPT. All right, you'll be able to write your SQL code faster. You'll be able to write your Power BI DAX functions a lot faster. You'll be able to decode certain issues a lot faster, leveraging AI. So it said a key requirement, okay, for that particular role, okay, was to use AI, which is ChatGPT, to be the person will be able to use ChatGPT essentially. All right. And funny enough, I told him about our curriculum, told him that we teach people that, our data analysts already know how to use ChatGPT for analytics. And it was really excited. I was like, okay, bro, chat me up, send me some candidates. And we recommended about 5 of them. Okay, we recommended 5 of them. And eventually one of them, okay, was able to get a job with this particular FMCG business company based in the UK. All right. So that's ChatGPT, and that's you leveraging ChatGPT as a data analyst. You'll learn how to do that. Lastly, you're going to learn Microsoft Fabrics. Microsoft Fabrics is a very, very relatively a new tool within the data ecosystem. So if in the last 2 years, you would have seen a lot of people going crazy about Microsoft Fabrics. It's currently still in that beta phase where they're testing, they're doing a lot of assessments and all that. But the good thing is that you're going to learn it. Okay, so when it becomes an in-demand skill within the data ecosystem, you would have learned, you would have used, you would have deployed it already. So Microsoft Fabrics is more or less going to replace, not necessarily replace my Power BI, but it's going to have everything encompassed, everything analytics inside Microsoft Fabrics. So from building your deployment pipelines to building your analytics pipeline to doing all the things you need to do, everything will be done within Microsoft Fabrics. The good thing is you will learn it. Okay, so even though it's not in demand at the moment, okay, I can tell you before the year runs out, early next year, Microsoft Fabrics would be a demand in the industry. So you need to be ahead. Okay, and that's the reason why we're doing all this, to be able to get you started. Now, in terms of learning timeline, it's for 4 months, 3 months of learning, immersive learning, and 1 month of internship, 1 month free internship, where you get to build your skills, where you get to own your skills as a data analyst. So 3 months of learning, 1 month of internship. Now, the classes for the data analyst is a little bit different from the business analyst. So the Saturday classes, you have your classes on Saturday only. Okay, you have your classes just on Saturdays. So the live classes, morning and evening session. Morning session is tailored for the guys in the UK, guys in Africa. Okay, and that is between 11 to 2 a.m. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African time. That's for the morning session for the guys in the UK, the guys in Nigeria. So even in Nigeria and the UK, the morning session is tailored towards 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African time. Now, if you're in the US, you're in Canada, we have the evening session that is tailored specifically for you. All right, that will be 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So if you're in the US, you're in the US or Canada, it is 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Okay. Now, if you're in West Africa, you're in Europe, that will be 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. West African time. Okay. Now, on Sunday, we give you what we call the self-paced watch me do it videos. So these are self-paced videos that allows you to build more projects. So the key thing for you, like we talked about today, is project experience. You need to be able to work on projects. Okay. So that's what the Sunday classes are designed towards, to be able for you to work on self-paced projects. Okay, I'll talk more about the self-paced, materials as we go on. Now, the data scientist, and I can see a lot of people already asking questions. What's now the difference between the role of a data analyst and the data scientist? Okay, it's very simple. The major difference between these two roles is the kind of analytics they do. Okay, now the data scientist will do one thing that the data analyst cannot do, which is to predict. Okay, to predict what will happen. Okay, so you see the data analyst is focused on how many customers did we generate last month. So basically historical data, things that have happened in the past. The data analyst is focused on what has happened in the past. Okay, so it's more looking backwards. The data analyst is looking backwards to find out, to tell you what has happened in the past. How many customers did you generate? How many revenue? What was our total revenue? And so on and so forth. Okay, but now the data scientist is forward thinking, going into the future. Okay, all right, to tell you what will happen in the future, what will happen in the future, what would the crypto prices be in the next 6 months. Okay, what would crypto price? I'm very sure you guys are expecting. You guys are, the guys that are doing trading, the what they call it, the crypto halving, they call it. Okay, so a lot of people are doing projections going into the future. They're extrapolating to say that in the next 6 months, there's going to be a lot of increase, in the bull run, like they say. Okay, the bull run where everything starts to, all the prices start to rise and so on and so forth. There's a lot of forecasts. You see, that's exactly what the data scientist is known for. Building predictions, things that will go into the future to tell you this is what the business is going to look like in the future. Okay, so that's exactly what you'll be doing as the data scientist. So that's when you just start to learn machine learning. Okay, that's when you start to get machine learning, predictive analytics, forecasting. This is where everything now comes into for the data scientist. The data analyst cannot do any form of prediction. All right. The data scientist on the flip side will do a lot of prediction. Okay, going into the future to tell the business, this is what your revenue is going to look like in the next 6 months. This is what your sales is going to look like in the next 1 year. Okay, all these are things that the data scientist will do. Okay, now the data scientist, what do you need to learn? Number one is statistics. Okay, not statistics like you learned in your secondary school. Okay, that your teacher will just tell you mean median mode. Mean median mode, repeat after me. No, not that kind of statistics. Now, this is statistics and how it is used within a business. How do you use standard deviation to know which product to sell over which product? How do you use variance? How do you use measure of central tendency? That's your mean median and mean median mode. How do you use this in the business world? So you're using it and you're seeing the impact of statistics in real time. How statistics can be used to make insightful decision within the business. And that gets me very excited because I did economics. I did a lot of statistics in university, and I'll tell you for free, mean median mode. I never knew there are so many things that can actually be done with mean, median, and mode. Back then in university, I would ask myself, why do I need to get the middle value? The median value. The median value is literally the middle value. I keep asking myself, why in the world would I need to get the middle value? I never knew till I finished, until I started data science, all right, until I got into the industry. I saw the impact of the mean, median, and mode, how it can be used for outlier detection, how it can be used for missing data. There's so many use cases in which you can use your median, okay? And those are the things that you're going to explore when you're talking about statistics in this particular course. All right. So you're not learning statistics like you did in secondary school, primary formulas and all those things that we did. It's not that kind of statistics. This is more business data analytics, statistics you're going to be learning. All right. Now you're going to be learning Excel. You're going to be learning Excel like a data analyst. Okay. You will learn Excel like a data analyst. Well, you see there's an add-on to that. You will learn predictive analytics using Microsoft Excel. So you'll be able to use Excel to carry out prediction, to be able to forecast, to be able to do your linear regression, to be able to do a bit of forecasting using Microsoft Excel. Okay. You would also learn Tableau, okay, like a data analyst, but you'll be infused with a bit of predictive analytics using their Tableau for predictions. How to use Tableau to predict, customer churn, to predict, sales performance and so on and so forth. So you use Tableau for that. Next thing you will also learn is SQL, okay? SQL for data manipulation, data query, okay? For interacting with databases, you will learn SQL. Lastly, you would learn Python. So these are the key technologies you're going to learn. Excel, Tableau, SQL, and Python. So you learn Python. Now, as the role of a data scientist, you would leverage Python the most as a data scientist. Okay, so you would not start to use Python for what we call exploratory data analysis. Okay, this is where you start to do your analysis, analyzing your data. Okay, then you move into machine learning. All right, where you're able to build predictive models. Okay, using ML algorithms. Okay, you move into computer vision. All right, computer vision is something I find very interesting. Take for example, we use computer vision every day. As a smartphone user, okay. You want to unlock your phone today. What do? You just use your facial recognition. You use facial recognition, and the camera will recognize you. All right, we recognize that this is Elizabeth. Okay, this is Amanoko. Sorry, I'm trying to pronounce your name. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce that very well. Okay, this is Adeza. This is Pascal. All right, this is Umo. Okay, and your phone can recognize your face. Don't you guys find that amusing that your face, your phone can actually recognize your face and would use your face to unlock your phone? I found it very, very amazing. Do you understand? That's the reason why I actually went into computer vision, and I do have a good of experience around that. So computer vision is a very fantastic experience to have as a data scientist. You would also learn that in the data science space. All right. You move also into the spectrum of natural language processing. So this is when you now start analyzing text, sentiment analysis. You will find so many interesting projects to do within the data science space. You would also learn GitHub for version control. You'll learn how to use GitHub to host your repository of projects and so on. All right. You would also get to work with AI tools like ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot for programming. Lastly, also, you get to work with Microsoft Fabrics for analytics. I've explained that already. So that's going to be the one-stop shop for analytics professionals. So data analysts, data scientists will need to learn Microsoft Fabrics in the next couple of months, years, in order for them to get their domain knowledge and also to get their skills, with up-to-date skills all in check. Now, in terms of learning timeline, how many months is it going to take you to learn all this? It's going to take you 4 months. 4 months of immersive learning experience. 4 months of immersive. Can somebody say immersive? Immersive learning experience. All right. 4 months, 3 months of learning, 3 months of learning, of you being project-based learning, and you have 1 month of internship. 1 month free virtual internship where you get to own your skills a lot more, where you get to work on more projects. Okay, get yourself acclimated with what you need to do as a data scientist. Now, in terms of the classes, you have the classes just on Saturday, you have the live classes just on Saturday. So on Saturday, you have the morning session and the evening session. Morning session tailored for the guys in Africa, the guys in Europe. Okay, so if you're in Africa, you're somewhere in Africa, you're in Botswana, you're in Zimbabwe, you're in South Africa, you're in Nigeria, Ghana, or whatever country, okay, or you're in the UK, you're in Poland, you're in Germany, the morning session is stayed up to you, okay? So that is 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African time, okay? Now, for the evening session, it's still up for the guys in Canada and the US. So the timing is between 10 a.m. in the morning to 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, okay? That will be the evening for the guys in West Africa, the guys in Africa, and the guys in Europe. That will be between 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. West African time. So you see, we have put things in play to ensure that you have a time for your own class. Okay, so you're not trying to wake up very early in the morning for the guys in America or the guys in Canada. The Sunday classes also is more focused on self-paced projects, which is what we'll cover or in the Watch Me Do It video. Literally, the name of the videos are Watch Me Do It videos. Watch me do it. So as you see the practicals being done, you are doing the same thing. All right. And that's how you gain mastery. If you remember what Chikwuebuka said, don't try to do things 5 hours in a day. Okay. Try to do it, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. And that's what we try to achieve with the Watch Me Do It video. So in order for you to practice, constant practice, building projects, building small, large, then projects. That's the role of the data scientist. Those are the technologies you need to learn. These are the learning paths that you need to go through in order for you to get started. Okay, now moving on to the next career part, okay, which is more focused on financial analytics. Okay, now this is like a data analyst, but it focused majorly on financial data. This person is focused more on financial data. Like I said, with the role of the data analyst. The data analyst is focused majorly on analyzing data to tell you story around the data for the business, okay? The financial analyst is also focused on data. But now, what kind of data is this person focused on? Financial data. So you see, every organization generates money or works with money. I usually say this. Even a non-profit making organization, like a charitable organization, needs a financial analyst. Why do they need a financial analyst? To be able to analyze their donations and their expenses. So they want to see that they are not spending, beyond, they are not doing beyond what they are supposed to do. Do you understand? So this, even a non-profit organization still needs a financial analyst to analyze their books, okay? To tell them what was the total, the total donations, the total inflows, what was the total outflows, are we breaking even? Do we have surplus? Do we have deficits? These are the things that you now start to use financial analytics. And I find it very interesting because every business out there, deals with money. All right. So it might not be called financial analyst. It might be called a commercial analyst. It might be called financial planning. All right. There's so many names like they call the financial analyst. A lot of people don't know this, but this is you using analytics within the financial domain. So you have a lot of people working in investment banks, corporate finance, and so on and so forth. And these are the skills that they need in order for them to get started. All right. So what would you learn? You'll see the first four technologies, the first four things you'll learn is like that of a data analyst. So you can actually work as a data analyst. All right. So you learn problem solving like the data analyst. You will learn Excel like the data analyst. You will learn Power BI like the data analyst. And you would also learn SQL like the data analyst. Well, now what makes you different from what makes you different from the data analyst? I apologize for that. That was a slip of tongue. Okay. What makes you different from the data analyst is you are now focused within the finance domain. Okay. This is now what makes you different. This is where the data analyst cannot come and do your work for you. This is now you you're laser focused on the financial domain. You're using data, you're using financial data to make financial decisions. The data analyst would not be able to do that. All right. So this is you, the financial analyst, laser focused on the financial domain to be able to analyze financial statement. The three statements, you have the cash flow, you have the income statement, and you have the balance sheet. And you have so many more. I will tell you that. Okay, so many more. But that what makes you unique. You using analytics within the finance domain. So you learn accounting fundamentals for beginners, okay? You will learn financial analysis, okay? You will learn financial modeling, you will learn valuation, you will learn sensitivity and scenario analysis, and you would also get to work with AI tools like ChatGPT for analytics. Now, a lot of questions would say that, the financial analyst, let me just break it down for you. The financial analyst can do the work of a data analyst, okay? But a data analyst would not be able to do the work of a financial analyst. Okay, so if you go through the financial analytics school curriculum, okay, you go through the course, you will be able to take the work of a data analyst, all right, and you would also be able to apply for financial analytics roles, financial analyst roles. You'll be able to apply for financial planning roles, investment banking roles, and so on and so forth. So it's a very interesting domain to be in. I won't lie to you. So learning timeline, you have 4 months of learning experience. 4 months. Can somebody say 4? 4, number 4. Okay. All right. 4 months of learning experience, 3 months of learning, 1 month of internship. You can see every training program, you'll notice a trend now. Okay. Even though you're not a data analyst, you can see some trends that every course has an internship. Okay. As what? Internship. Okay. You also have 1 month free internship where you get to work on more projects and build that experience that you need to get started. We'll do that for you. All right. The classes also I like the classes of the data analytics course, okay, which is morning and evening within the same time. For the morning session, you have 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African time. And the evening session, you have it 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. West African time, which will be the morning for the guys in Canada and the US. That will be 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the guys in the US and in Canada. Okay, so that's the timeline. And Sunday, you have your self-paced projects that you get to work on, which we call the Watch Me Do It videos, which get you to practice more, build that hands-on experience, and get you started within the tech space. I usually get excited when I'm talking about the curriculum is because we have infused so much of the things that we were limited by into the curriculum to ensure that you get the job that you're looking for. Now, we have HR analysts. This is also like the data analyst, okay? But now a data analyst that is focused on the HR domain, on people of the organization, all right? So you're analyzing people data to be able to tell people trend within the organization. So imagine you've been telling the senior management team that, people are currently disgruntled. And based on the trend, this disgruntledness is going to lead to this percent in turnover rate within the next 2 years if it's not resolved. Okay? So you're using people data, all right, to make informed decision within the organization. How powerful would you be if you can detect people that will leave your organization, people that will resign? How powerful would you be if you can analyze data to be able to tell, all right, what the current succession rates would be within the organization? If somebody decides to resign, okay, do you have somebody within the organization to take that person's position? That's what we call succession planning. How would you use data to do this? Training. Currently, within your organization, I was in Nigeria also, or somewhere in Africa, they really just send you on some random training programs. Okay, some organizations are now using analytics. So now, how do you do what we call training need analysis to be able to detect skill set shortages within the organization and how you can tailor certain training programs to suit that particular deficit you have in your organization? This is you using analytics as an HR professional to come up with recommendation, not just random generic recommendation. These are tailor-made data analytics recommendation to get your organization started. Okay, these are things that are happening currently, and a lot of people are sleeping on this. The HR analyst role is very exciting. Why? Because every organization is made up of people. Have you seen any organization where they have no employees? Okay, have you seen an organization where there's no CEO? Like nobody's in the organization. It's impossible. Every organization is made up of people. Now, HR becomes a very, very important, aspect of every business. Now, as an HR professional, how are you leveraging data to solve people problem within the organization? You have things around employee engagement. You have things about succession planning, turnover. You have a lot of things. You have a spectrum, compensation and benefits. How do you analyze people's compensation and benchmark it with industry standards to ensure that you are currently paying in order for you to reduce some aspect of attrition within the organization? This is you using analytics to solve people problem within the organization. I'm sure you guys understand what I'm talking about. Okay, so now this is the data analyst. Okay, but you are now focused. You're marinated, like when you want to cook turkey, okay, you want to cook chicken, you marinate the chicken in the sauce. Do you understand? Now, this is the data analyst that is marinated with, this skill with data with HR initiative. Okay, so you have HR analytics and performance evaluation. You will learn HR metrics, HR analysis, collaboration. You will get to work what we call building your case and creating action. You would also get to work with AI tools for analytics. You get to work ChatGPT. All right. The learning timeline is for 4 months, 3 months of learning, 1 month of internship. Okay, and you have the classes almost the same time with the data analytics course. So you have Saturday live classes, morning and evening session. Morning tailored for the guys in Africa and UK or Europe, I would say. And the evening session tailored for the guys in Canada and the US. The timing is right on the screen, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So if you guys are following me, drop a 1 in the chat. Let me see the guys that are following and they are feeling me today. If you're feeling me, put a 1 in the chat. Let's go. Let's put the 1 in the chat. Let's go. Put a 1 in the chat. All right, let's go. Fantastic. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are the reasons why we're doing this thing. Okay. All right. Now, the data engineer, I'm almost wrapping up. Okay. All right. The data engineer is now this professional that moves data within the organization. Okay. You remember what Chukwuebuka said? Ebuka said, I'm the one that makes data available for other people within the organization. Do you know how powerful you'll be? All right. The data analyst, the data scientist cannot work without you providing them with the data. So I mentioned earlier, the data analysts, the data scientists, these are like the core data professionals, analyzing data. Well, they are analyzing what? They are analyzing data. So they need data to do their work. Okay? They need data to do their work. So who makes this data available? Who gives them the data? Where is this data coming from? Where the data they come from? This data where they analyze. Then you say the data analyst, the data scientist that they're analyzing. Where does it come from? That's a very important question. And I want you to ponder on it a little bit. I want you to ponder, think, where does the data come from? Okay? Aha, yes, let's go there. That's what the role of the data engineer. That's the role of the data engineer. The data engineer is the person that makes this data available for them. Okay? That makes it available for them. They're the ones that build the architecture that will make data flow easily, all right, to get to where it needs to get to. So the data analyst can do the analysis and they are smiling, they are happy, and so on. The data scientists too, they need data. The data engineer will make it available for them. All right. So the data engineer is more, centered around moving data from what we call a source location to a destination location. Okay, so they're just building pipelines, what we call data pipelines, moving data from one location to the other location. There are obviously more aspects to data engineering, but that's like the foundation that you need to understand about data engineering. So these are the key skill sets you need to learn. You'll learn introduction to data engineering, obviously, as a beginner, you'll learn that. Then you move into the key two technologies that you need to learn. There are two major technologies you need to learn as a data engineer: SQL and Python. Those are like the two major foundational languages you need to learn: SQL and Python. Also, you need to learn Linux, okay, for batch scripting. Then you move into building ETL pipelines, moving data from a database, moving data from an API source, moving data from web scraping, okay, into a destination location. Then you also get to work with Apache Spark, Apache Airflow, AWS Cloud Engineering. You would also get to work with GCP, that's Google Cloud Platform. You would also get to work with Azure. So you will work with the top two or top three, programming cloud computing source, okay, in the industry. You would also get to work with version control using GitHub, and you also get to leverage ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot for, what we call AI engineering, okay, for using AI for coding, okay. So these are the key learning points you need to learn, from SQL to Python to Linux to building pipelines, different kind of pipelines. How do you connect data? How do you get data from a database? How do you extract data from an API? How do you extract data from a web page? So we'll talk about web scraping, okay? Then you go to orchestration and scheduling. You go to automation using Apache Spark, using Apache Airflow, okay? And so on and so forth. Now, the learning timeline for this is 5 months for data engineering. 5 months. 5 months. So 5 months in the sense that you have 3 months of learning and 2 months of project experience. Okay, 2 months of project experience. Now, the timing for this is slightly different in the sense that you have the morning session, which is 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. West African time, and you have 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. So it's a morning session for the guys in Canada and the US, and the evening session for the guys in Europe and West Africa, or Africa in general. Okay, that's 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. West African time, and 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. So Sunday, you have the self-paced projects that you get to work on. Okay, and that's exactly what you need to go through. So the last, okay, Deza, do you want to take it from here?
Yeah, let me just, I'll take it over from here.
Okay.
All right. So we have just 2 career paths to take, which is the Scrum Master and also the Cybersecurity program. So I'll just take over from here. And I've seen questions. Somebody said, I'm very confused on the one to choose. It's always like that. And my advice to people that have this confusion is very simple. Okay. Now, you can be everything you want to be. The most important thing is to start with one. Ifemena is giving very good examples and good explanations, defining each role and what the role entails. So you now ask yourself the question, do I see myself as that person improving processes within an organization where I have to manage stakeholders, set up workshops as a business analyst? Or do I see myself as a person who works with data, analyzes the data, extracts insights from the data to help the company take data-driven decisions, where I get to work with my computer, work with my Excel, my Power BI, SQL, Tableau, most of the time compared to the business analyst that would have to do a lot of interaction and communication. You need to ask yourself these questions, all right? But one thing I'll tell you for free, all the programs fall under 3 major criteria. Number 1 is ease of learning. You can learn within 3 to 5 months. Number 2 is the ease of transition in the demand. The demand for these roles are there. And last but not the least is the high and rewarding salaries. The salaries are fantastic. Okay, so I'll quickly move into the Scrum. So it doesn't matter the one you decide to join. I started out as a data analyst. I eventually worked as a data analyst, data scientist, BI analyst, and as a business data analyst. All right. So as you move along your journey, you also add and build more skills. Chukwuebuka put that succinctly by saying that, look, the tools will change and you also have to change to be relevant. When I worked in the financial services, I never had to use Tableau as much as I needed to. All right. But when I moved from financial services to energy, I had to pick up Tableau and I used a lot of SQL. Okay. So some roles would focus on certain type of skills. Some other roles would have other type of skills that you'd also pick up along your journey. The most important thing is look at all the programs, look at the one that you feel you fit and you'd match into those roles and get started. Now let's cover the last 2 and then we move into the fees for each of the programs. And then I'll take your questions because I know you have burning questions. I've been answering questions in the chat, but I'm sure you'd want me to speak to some of your questions. Now, as a Scrum Master, you are simply a project manager, all right? So you see yourself as a project manager who does what? Implements the Agile framework, okay? The Agile framework or the Agile methodology. And the Agile methodology is simply the methodology that allows you to build products, get feedback from your customers, take those feedback, add them to the product you are building. So you're not building a fully fledged product at once. How many of you have seen the new feature on Instagram that says, ask me any question? There's an AI feature, the Meta AI. Have you seen that update on your Instagram, on your Facebook? If you check, you would see. I saw mine yesterday. I don't know if any of you have seen that as well. Titi has seen it. Now, WhatsApp was never what it was the first time it came up. Instagram didn't have all the features that it has today, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. All right? The only way that is possible is by building those products using the Agile framework. You build the product, you deploy it into the market, you have people use the product, they test it, give you feedback on certain things that needs to be added, things that needs to be removed, and those incremental updates are made eventually. Project management is largely divided into waterfall, all right, and Agile. Now, the reason why Agile is deployed in the tech ecosystem is because the waterfall methodology does not fully adapt to tech. Waterfall is equivalent to you wanting to cook jollof rice I like using the jollof rice analogy. You want to cook jollof rice, you get all the things you need to cook that jollof rice, your water, your rice, your Maggi, your tomatoes, onions, oil. You get all the materials, all the ingredients, because you know that there is a process for cooking jollof rice. You cook your jollof rice and you give that to your guests. They eat it. Some would like, some would say, oh, it's too salty. Some would say, oh, it has too much tomatoes, and so on. That's waterfall. It is predictive. You know what you're going to do from the start. You plan everything from the start. The agile framework, on the other hand, you don't plan everything from the start. You want to cook that jollof rice. You start by doing what? You cook your rice, you put your water, you put some salt. After a few minutes, you take a little bit of that rice, you give it to your audience and tell them to taste. They taste it and say that, oh, I think you need to add more salt. Oh, you need to add this, you need to add that. You take that feedback, you go back, add that to the jollof rice, and at the end of the day, you would have gotten feedback from your guests to cook the jollof rice that is perfect for them. And that is the reason why tech also leverages on Agile. All your tech products always get these regular updates based on the feedback that we give to these companies when we use these products. And let me ask you, if somebody uses the waterfall methodology to cook the jollof rice for you, and another person uses the agile methodology where they get feedback and prepare that jollof rice that is perfect for you, which of the jollof rice would you enjoy? Type it into the charts. The waterfall or with agile. Just type it, waterfall or agile. Type that into the chat. Let me get to hear from you. Agile, absolutely. Zai says agile. Eunice says agile. Simeon, agile jollof, absolutely. The agile jollof rice. And that's the same methodology that is built, that is deployed when building the products that we have today in the tech ecosystem. So the agile methodology is very important. And that's the person that focuses on implementing the agile framework, the agile methodology in projects, is the Scrum Master. So you will learn Scrum, learning introduction to Scrum because you're getting started. You learn about the Scrum teams, artifacts, and the Scrum ceremony. So in a Scrum team, you have the product owner, you have the Scrum Master, you have the software developer, you have other team members, and so on and so forth. You learn about the Scrum artifacts, increments, the sprint backlog, your burn down charts, and all those other frameworks that you'd have to deploy when using the Scrum methodology. You learn about the Scrum events, which includes your Scrum ceremonies, your sprint planning, your daily Scrum, where you have daily review of what was done yesterday, what have we achieved yesterday, what do we need to do going into the next day, and so on and so forth. Your sprint reviews, and you talk about all of those things as part of the Scrum events. You'll also learn about the Nexus Scaled Scrum, which is simply deploying the Scrum framework across multiple teams in an enterprise. And we also prepare you for the Professional Scrum Master examination. How long does it take you to transition to become a Scrum Master? 2 months, all right? But it's more of 2.5 months, 2.5 months, because your project has been increased for the cohort starting in April. Instead of 1 month for your project, you have 1.5 months, so 1.5 months for your project. Okay, so it's 1 month in class where you're learning all the techniques, all the concepts, and then you have 1.5 months to work on a real world project. So as a Scrum Master, you will work on the same project as the business analyst, which is a web application project. You'd help a HR department in a company to build a self-service portal that helps them optimize the process within the HR department. You would be the Scrum Master on the project. The business analyst would be the business analyst on that project. You'd have a real world web developer who would work on that project, and you will manage the project end to end. And what this does for you is you have the experience of leveraging tools like Jira to track projects, how to leverage Jira to track project deliverables. You learn how to use Trello for collaboration. And when you have questions in an interview and they ask you, tell me about a time you have worked with a difficult stakeholder or something, you have an experience using this particular internship project as a basis for your conversations. Your classes are Saturdays and Sundays, live classes on Saturdays, live classes on Sundays. On Saturdays, you have 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Sundays, you have 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. So it's live classes Saturdays, live classes on Sundays. And I'll do the last but not the least, which is the cybersecurity analyst program. All right. And as a cybersecurity analyst, what do? You are that person that protects the company's system, the company's network, the company's data from both internal and external threats. There are people that shouldn't have access to certain aspects of the network, certain aspects of the data, certain aspects of the systems within that organization. Who is responsible for protecting the organization in that regard? And that's the cybersecurity analyst. And this is a very important role. And somebody was asking the question, as a cybersecurity analyst, do I earn phenomenal salaries? Absolutely. Cybersecurity analysts are one of the highest paid across the tech ecosystem because of the importance of protecting the data of both customers, of both the business, in protecting the systems and the network and so on and so forth, all right? And what do you do? How do you learn to become a cybersecurity analyst and transition? You start with introduction to cybersecurity, introduction to computing and networking, which is one of the most important parts of cybersecurity career path. You learn information security principles, offensive and defensive cybersecurity, cryptography, threats, cyber threats and attack vectors, network security, endpoints, web and application security, and of course, cloud security. And then you move into incident response and forensics. Now, incident response and forensics today is one of the most important aspects when it comes to cybersecurity. You have governance, risk, and compliance, which are some of the things you would also touch on. And these are career paths you can carve out for yourself within the cybersecurity ecosystem. You look at governance, risk, and compliance. You look at threat intelligence, which is a very, very, it's very high in demand today, most especially in the US and also in the UK. As a threat intelligence, somebody as a cybersecurity analyst working in threat intelligence, you are responsible for breaking into the systems, okay? Breaking into the systems and looking for the loopholes within the organization itself and creating protective measures to protect those systems based on its vulnerability. So you do a lot of vulnerability testing and ethical hacking and so on and so forth. All right. How long does it take for you to transition? 4 months, 3 months learning in class, and then 1 month working on a real world project. Classes are also Saturdays and Sundays, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. on Sundays. So you have live classes on Saturdays and also on Sundays. And across all the programs we've talked about, excuse me, across all the programs we've talked about, you don't need any experience to transition. Like we said right from the beginning, when Pascal was still here and Chukwuebuka was very, very clear, right? All you need to do is learn the skill, which we will help you learn. But most importantly, once you've learned all these skills, from data analytics to business analysis, financial, HR, data science, cybersecurity, Scrum, is that enough to get you the job? And that's why I mentioned to people who asked the question in the chat, the worst way you can start your career is by going through a self-paced learning program, end to end, 100%. And let me tell you why that's the worst thing you can do. I have been there, I have done it myself, and it was the worst thing I think I ever did because I wasted so much time and I learned a lot of irrelevances, okay? You want to optimize your time. You want to have a structured learning approach of how to start, what to learn, what to do to help you make that transition. And somebody was saying, oh, what if I already have the skills? What extra thing does Tenalytics bring to you? And these are the things I'm going to talk about in the next 3 minutes. And these are the things that separates you from the competition. All the things we've talked about in the last, 1.5 hours thereabout equips you with a technical skill, the technical know-how. When you get a job as a business analyst, you know what to do because you know process mapping. You can analyze and manage stakeholders. As a data analyst, you know SQL, you know Power BI, Tableau. But is that enough to get you the job? No. And this is where Tenalytics brings every single expertise into the room to help you separate yourself. Number one that we help you do is your CV review session. Without a CV, you can't even get into the room for an interview. All right. And just like Pascal said, organizations today use AI embedded systems to filter CVs. All right. And one of the software you'd see is called the Applicant Tracking Software, ATS. It simply takes keywords from the job requirements and matches those keywords to what you have on your CV. If your CV doesn't meet the cut or a particular threshold, your CV is filtered out. So we have a CV review session where we show you how to do what? Tailor your CVs to the job requirements. All right. We also show you critical things you need to have on your CV. Okay, the link to your portfolio, number one. I also talked about the fact that the gentleman who had lost his job as a business analyst and came to us, what he needed to do was to add certain skills on his CV, and that enabled him to land a job. All right. So we show you how to use one CV to apply to one job to get the best possible outcome. And of course, your LinkedIn. Without a fantastic LinkedIn, I showed you the LinkedIn of Damilare. Maybe I'll show you one more and show you something that is very, very sacrosanct that you must do, and it gives you an advantage. You don't get any of these things, in a self-paced learning environment. All right. You need people who have done this. They've been there before. They know what gets the best possible results to work with you. So we work with you to help you optimize your LinkedIn profile. All right. Upwork optimization for those of you who would want to get jobs remotely, for those of you who want to work on projects as a freelancer across different regions. If you don't have an Upwork profile, we show you how to create one. If you have one already, we help you optimize. Okay, you have navigating the job market, which is different sessions we hold to bring opportunities to you, show you where the best opportunities are based on your location. If you're in the UK, you want to get a remote job, you're in the US, you're in Canada, and so on and so forth. We talk about opportunities within the tech ecosystem across your region. We also prepare you for interviews. And this is one of the most important things that you never want to miss out on. You have an interview, you need to know what to say when you get into the room. People make a lot of mistakes, and I've seen this because I have been on multiple interview panels. All right, you ask very simple questions and people struggle to answer. And people don't know this, and take this out of today's session. Your competency-based questions, all right? Competency-based questions. Oops, sorry. I was trying to write, but I didn't know I had not selected my pen. Okay, competency-based questions carries the highest marks during interviews. Questions like, tell me about a time you have used Tableau to solve an analytic problem in your organization, or tell me about a time you have managed a difficult stakeholder while working on a process improvement project. Tell me about a time you have deployed a machine learning model, and tell me about the algorithms that you used in your machine learning. Okay, all these questions are competency-based. They want you to talk about your experience using those things. They want you to talk about what you did while working on a particular task using specific tools and concepts. All right, this takes the highest score when it comes to interviews. Competency-based questions. How do you answer them? There is a technique for answering competency-based questions, and it's called the STAR approach. Okay, STAR. You have to first talk about the situation. That's the S. T, which is for task, the task you had to carry out. A is for action. What action did you take, or what actions did you take? And of course, R is for the results. When you took those actions, what results did you get? All right. These are very simple frameworks. Now, if you don't know how to use them, you're going to struggle to answer competency-based questions. And if competency-based questions carries the highest mark, then your guess is as good as mine. You're not going to get called for that particular role. And even questions as simple as introduce yourself. Can I get to meet you? You would always get this question in an interview. It is sacrosanct, but people don't know how to answer these questions. And there are frameworks and techniques. We use at Analytics, we use the SEAT approach. Okay, and what is the SEAT approach? The SEAT approach, S is for skills. You talk about your skills. My name is Adela Suleiman. I'm an expert with the use of Power BI, SQL, Tableau, and Excel. I've worked as a data analyst. I have close to 10 years experience as a data analyst working in the energy, financial services, and automobile sector. E is for experience. You talk about your experience. Achievements. While working as a data analyst in the energy sector, I helped my department to build a database to warehouse all the data in that department, and this increased our reporting time by more than 80%. You talk about your achievements. And T is for type of person. Who are you? Or what's your traits? Okay, type of person, or you can call it traits. Your traits are simply, who are you as an individual? I'm a detail-oriented person. I'm a problem solver, and I like to be at the forefront of helping my team solve and address problems. And one of my core values is professionalism and punctuality. All right? So you have to tailor your traits or your type of person to the core values of that organization that you're trying to get into. So introducing yourself goes far beyond telling them, where you studied, you're the first child of your parents, and so on, your local governments, which are very, very irrelevant. And these are the things we teach you how to do and how to ace that interview when you get into the room. All right, recommendation and references. I think I talked about that already. Very, very important. You must show that you can associate yourself with a player within the space. You worked in that capacity. You have somebody like Analytics that can recommend you or refer you as having done that thing before with them. Okay, and level 2 is your weekly mentorship. This happens every Thursday. All right, every Thursday evenings, you have your weekly mentorship sessions with myself, with Efemena. We bring other industry experts, just like Pascal, Chukwuebuka, and they come back to help you make that transition. You ask questions, and most of the time, people struggle because they don't have people to ask questions directly, but you have unfiltered access to ask as many questions as you have during your mentorship sessions, and everybody has direct access to me, to Efemena, to our emails, and you can interact and pick our brains at any point in time. On the job support, just last week, I received a message from somebody who works as a business data analyst with one of the organizations in the UK, and his question was simple. He was asking that as a business analyst, I need to give these reports to my CFO. He wants to know, what is the output for a business analyst on a data warehousing project? He's currently working, he's gone through Analytics, he's gotten a job, but he's on the job, but still needs support. All right, asking questions to know what to do, to know what to say, to ensure that he does the right thing on the job. So we provide on-the-job support to all our participants across board. And finally, which is the level 3, is our promise to you, which is you getting an interview a minimum of a month after you complete your training with us. And that's the promise we have for the year 2024 for all the people joining our programs. All right. And these are the things that has made us so successful in helping people to transition. all right? Beyond you learning the technical skill, these are the things. Your CV would get you into the room. Interview prep would prepare you to say the right things when you're inside that room. Your recommendation and reference letters would help you secure that job when you receive an offer to join that organization, and so many other things that positions you. And we do the best work when it comes to these aspects. All right. So I'm just going to, walk through the next cohorts that we have, and then the next cohort starts on the 4th of May, 2024. And we have an amazing discount for you guys, all right, for those who will be joining us for the May cohort. And the amazing discount we have for you is a whopping 33% discount for anybody who wants to get started with their program with us on the 4th of May. All right. If you are joining the data analytics, business analysis, HR analytics, financial analytics, full stack data science, data engineering, or cybersecurity program, the fees are similar. The fees are the same. All right. If you're paying in pounds, if you're paying in dollars, it's $500. 33% right off the bat. Instead of paying $750, you have a 33% discount and get to pay just $500. And this payment can be made in 2 installments. Somebody asked the question in the chat, can I pay twice? Do I have to pay everything at once? You get the discount, number one, and you also have the opportunity to make payment in 2 installments. All right. If you're paid in dollars, for example, you have to pay $350 to start before the classes start. So between now and the 30th of April, the end of the month, you must pay $350 to get started. And then 1 month after you have started, you pay the balance payment of $150. So from now to the end of the month, you pay $350. And by the end of May, the 30th of May, you pay the other balance of $150. If you're paying in pounds, it's £425 instead of $625. You get to pay just $425, 33% discount right off the bat. £300 to get started. You pay this between now and the 30th of April. You get your journey started, and then 1 month after the program commences, you make the balance payment of £125. If you're paying in euros, it's 475 euros, 350 to start, 125 after the program commences, 750 Canadian dollars. If you're paying in Canadian dollars, instead of 1,125, you get to pay just 750 Canadian dollars, 500 between now and the 30th of April, and the balance of 250. And you're paying in Naira, instead of paying 900, you get to pay 600,000, 400,000 to start, and then 200,000 1 month after the program commences. All right. The Scrum Master program, your classes would happen for 1 month before you move into the internship. So it's a full 1 month payment. All right. You don't have the payment plan for Scrum. However, you also have the 33% discount. Okay. Instead of paying $450, you get to pay just $300. Instead of paying £375, you get to pay just $250. Instead of 440 euros, 285. Instead of 675 Canadian dollars, you get to pay 450. And of course, if you're paying in Naira, instead of 540,000, you get to pay just 360,000 Naira. And these represent the fees for the programs. Before I start taking your questions, I'm going to do 2 things. All right. I'll show you how to make payments for those of you asking, how do I make payments? Adeza, I need to take advantage of these discounts. The discount is not available to everybody. It's available to the first 30 people. We used to give the discounts to only the first 20, but a lot of people had reached out to us to say, can you extend it a little bit more? So we have listened, and we've made it for the first 30 people for each program to get their journey in tech started. And the fees covers everything across the program, every single thing from your learning journey, learning in class, up until your additional employability services, your CV review, your LinkedIn optimization. Every single thing is covered within the program fee. So I'll show you how to make payments, and I'll walk you through the classroom to show you a typical classroom and what it looks like and how you will get to learn. If you miss a class, what happens? If you are confused in class, you have issues, what do you do? All right, I'll show you those mechanisms we have put in place to ensure that for somebody transitioning newly, you don't face the type of challenges that I faced or Ifemena faced, because we did not have anybody to ask questions. So when we get stuck, we are stuck and we figure things out ourselves. Okay, so the first thing you want to do to make payments, my colleagues would share this in the chat. You'd also receive this in the slide at the end of today's session. All right. What you want to do is go into the slide, all right, and click on this link, or the links my colleagues would have shared in the chat. Once I click on this link, it takes me into the enrollment page, the enrollment center. All right. Now, the first thing I can do is have access to all the program brochures. So I want to join data analytics, so I want to join data science, and I want to see the nitty-gritty of the things I'll be learning. All I need to do is access the program brochure, click on that link. I go to, let's say, data analytics, for example, click on data analytics, and I have access to what? The brochure. Let me click on it again. Okay, so I'm just going to download. All right, but once you click on the link, you can download the brochure. You have access to the brochure. If you want to look at cybersecurity, once you click on cybersecurity, it takes you into the cybersecurity brochure. All right, let me see. Okay, I'm not sure why it's not coming up. Maybe it's just my network. Okay, so it takes you to the cybersecurity and so on and so forth. All right, and what you can do is go through all the different program brochures and have a very good insight into what each program entails. You get that from this link to get into the brochure. And you have access to download all the brochures as well. You have access to download all the brochures. Okay, so once you've gone through the brochure, you know the program you want to register for. All you need to do is then come to the enrollment center. Okay, come to the enrollment center. How do I get access to make payments? You can make payments in two major ways. You can either do a direct transfer, or you can pay using the payment links using your credit or debit card. If you want to pay using a direct transfer in pounds, you have the pound account details, you have the dollar account details, the Canadian dollar account, the euro, and of course, the Nigeria Naira account detail as well. It's a Wema Bank account, and the account's name is Mainstack Analytics Payment Center. Okay, so once you make payment to any of these accounts, all you need to do is take a screenshot as your proof of payment. You have a receipt that shows that, okay, I have made payment. And what you need to do is come in here to where you have upload your receipts, click on this link, and it takes you into a form that you need to upload your receipts. Just give me 1 second. I need to enter my password. Okay, so it brings you into the form. You see a form that looks like this. You fill in the form and you'd see where to upload your receipts, the receipt of the payment you've made. And that's all you need to do if you are going to do a direct transfer. Now, if you want to make payments using your card, your credit card, your debit card, you can do that online as well. You come in here, click on any of the links, business analysis, data analytics, and it takes you to the payment center of where you need to make payments. Now, the beauty of this is for the data analytics, the discounted fee is £425, correct? Now, I want to secure my discount. I want to be one of the first 30 people to pay and get the discount. Because once we get to 30, we shut off the discount and everybody has to make the full payment, okay? I have £300 today, okay, which is the first installment. All I need to do is come in here and I'll just type 300 and I can reserve my seat. Okay, click on reserve my seats, and it takes you to where you enter your full name. All right, I type my name as well. Ensure that you enter an email that is correct, and you will receive your receipts. Once you click on pay with card, it takes you to where you enter your card details, and then you get to make payments. Once you make payments, you receive a receipt to your email, and that receipt would also come with a link for you to fill in this form. All right, so that's all you need to do to make payments. Same with other programs. Now, the amazing stuff is, if the first installment for cybersecurity, I want to join the cybersecurity program, because people ask this question, so I might as well just answer the question. I want to join the cybersecurity program, okay, and I want to pay in pounds. It's 425 pounds, correct? I have to pay 300 pounds to start, and then 125 to balance a month after the program commences. Now, out of these 300 before I start, I've joined the masterclass. I'm highly interested, but I don't have 300 pounds today. Can I break it down into 200 plus 100? Absolutely, you can. All right, you can pay the first installment in installments, but you have to pay this before the class commences. All right, and how do you do that? The same way, you go to the program you want to join, cybersecurity, click on the link, and it takes you into the payment center. All right, takes you to the payment center. Instead of paying 300, which is the first installment, I have 200. I must secure my discount. Okay, I enter 200 and I click on reserve my seats, and I can go ahead, enter my name, enter my email, click on pay with card, and go ahead and make my payments. And before the program commences, by the end of the month, on the 30th, you pay the balance of £100 to complete the first installment of 300. And that's how you get into the program. Okay. Can I reserve? Somebody's asking, can I reserve my seats with less than 400? Then absolutely. I think I just answered that now. Abdul or Abu. Okay. You can make that first installment. You can break it down as much as you want, but you ensure that by the end of the month, before the program commences, you have paid that first installment on the 30th, by the 30th of April. All right, I'm going to take questions. I'll first take questions from the chat, and then if you have questions, you want to unmute yourself and speak, you can raise your hand. I'll ask you to unmute yourself, and then I'll take your questions. Okay, and while I'm taking questions, I'll also go into the classroom to show you what the classroom looks like. All right, to show you what the classroom looks like. Now, for some of you that will be joining, let's assume you've joined let's go to the data analytics for February. I'll go to the February class for data analytics. Okay, and you'd see that data analytics EU is for Europe, similar time zone for those in Nigeria. The UK and Nigeria currently are on the same time zones. Okay, so you'd see 2402, which is year 2024. 02 is for February. All right. Now, one of the things you'd see is your important materials, which contains your group list. You will be in groups. You work together in groups, solving problems. You have your job sites and the roles you can apply to. We provide this to you. So you see your LinkedIn profile. All right. What type of job description should you have on LinkedIn? After your LinkedIn optimization, we provide you with these documents. We also provide you with the type of jobs you can apply to. You know, the different job titles. For example, people don't know that business intelligence analyst is a role you can apply to after you have completed a data analytics program. We provide you with this document and also the links to job websites for you to apply to jobs. All right, you have a CV template. The CV templates, we have designed the templates for the ideal data analyst. And by this time, you would have gone through your CV review session. So you know how to tailor your CV to job requirements, all right? So all you need to do is pick up this template, okay? And you modify the template to fit the jobs you're applying to eventually. There's a specific CV template we use at Analytics, and this is because it gives you the very best results. And that CV template is called the Watson CV format. I'm going to type it in because I want you to also take notes of that. The template is called Watson. All right, Watson. It gets you the best results when it comes to the applicants tracking software that companies would use to filter CVs. It gets you the best results with the ATS. And that's the templates that we deploy at Tenalytics, all right? You have the links where you book your interview sessions. All you need to do is come in here. You have two professionals that would work with you. You have Jennifer, you have Mohammed. All you need to do is click on any of the links, schedule your session, and somebody would meet with you to prepare you, okay? Now, let's get into the classroom itself, okay? When you join, you get into a classroom that looks like this. Now, your very first class in data analytics is problem solving. Efemena talked about that. And people have asked questions. Oh, Adeza, what if I miss this class on problem solving on a Saturday? What happens? Nothing. You actually don't miss anything. And that's the beauty of having an instructor-led training program, all right? Your classes are recorded and you have the recording sent to you at the end of the class. So if you go to the class recording, click on it, it takes you into the classroom and you can see everything that happened in class. I'm just going to leave this to roll for a while until it comes up, all right? So you have access. So if you had an emergency, you had to go to the office, you had a shift, you missed this class, you can always come back, watch the recording. You have the slides as well, okay? You have access to the slides. All you need to do is click on the slide. You have everything that happened in class. What it taught, the very first thing is what? What is data? So this is designed for the beginner. You don't need to understand what data is to start. And that's what we keep on telling people. You don't need your previous degree. Your degree is actually irrelevant because you will be learning all the skills from scratch. Okay, what is data, types of data, what is data analytics, types of data analytics, you move into what is a problem, and all those amazing stuff you will be doing in problem solving, all right? From problem solving, on Sunday, you have your Excel Watch Me Do It video. And somebody was asking about the Watch Me Do It. The Watch Me Do It sessions on Sundays are self-paced sessions. You don't need to join a class. All you need to do is log into your classroom, come in here, click on your module videos. You have 6 videos you need to watch before the next Saturday. And these are short videos, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. The first one is on the Excel, understanding Excel, introduction to Excel, understanding the Excel environment, and so on and so forth. You watch these videos, you practice all the things you've seen in the videos ahead of the next session, the following Saturday, when you work on a project. And I'll show you what the project looks like, all right? One other important thing we put in place is called the drop-in session. Now, I have been in your shoes where I was learning everywhere. I was learning on YouTube, learning on Udemy, learning on Coursera, Udacity, and I never made any headway. Why? Because whenever I got stuck, I would call Efemena, Efe, I don't know if you've been able to complete this particular task. I'm stuck. Coincidentally, Efemena is also stuck at that same point. Sometimes it took us 2 weeks to figure out a problem. And the problem is so simple, somewhere where maybe we needed to have put double inverted commas, double quotes, we put a single quote. And because of that, it took us 2 weeks to find the solution. So we have something we call the drop-in session so that you never find yourself in that same situation. What's the drop-in session? you join a class on Saturday or you missed the class on Saturday and you have 1 or 2 issues that you cannot resolve on your own. You have sent a message in the WhatsApp group, because you will be in a WhatsApp group with your trainer, your facilitator. I'm also in your groups and all of that. And you will be able to ask questions, okay? But if solutions have been provided and you have follow-up questions because you've tried the solutions and they are not working, the drop-in session is a session that is designed to hold during the week, most of the time on Wednesdays, all right? But you guys decide on when your drop-in session holds. Somebody would join a live call with you to look at the problem that you have and help you address that problem. So you're never going to be like Adeza and Efemena that takes 2 weeks to solve a problem because they're trying to figure it out on their own. You have somebody that would come on a call with you, help you address the challenges you have, solve that problem so you don't take it into the next class. And that's what you have called the drop-in session. It happens every single week, okay? You have your mentorship sessions. You have your second Excel live class on a Saturday. On a Sunday, you have your Watch Me Do It video, and then you have your drop-in session, okay? You have your mentorship. It happens every week. And you also have, let's look at the project for the second Excel live class, okay? So if I come to this live class, and this is where I'm solving a project for a company called Agro Limited. It's a supply chain analysis case study. And I am working as a data and insights analyst to help this organization to solve certain tasks using the things I've learned in previous classes, like the VLOOKUP, the index and match, the XLOOKUP, and so on and so forth. Okay, so all these projects are the things you take into your interviews. And when they ask you questions, you can talk about helping a company called Agro Limited, working on a supply chain analysis problem or case study, and that forms part of your experience. Okay, so this is what your classroom looks like typically. And of course, you have your mentorship sessions. You also have your body mentorship, and I'll talk about this very, very quickly. Let me show you somebody and tell me if you recognize him. If you recognize him, just let me know. Okay, this is called the body mentorship session. All right, this is somebody coming to tell you how I was able to transition and ace my interview. Who remembers this gentleman? If you remember him, just type in, yes, I remember him. Just type in, yes, I remember him. If you remember the person on my screen, just type in a yes. Okay, yes, you all remember him. This is Muhyiddin. Okay, Muhyiddin is a gentleman I showed you on my slide that got a job with a company in the UK, all right, working as a business development manager. I'll show you his LinkedIn one more time before we wrap up. So what we've also done is to create something we call body mentorship. So people that have joined our programs, they have completed the programs and they have gotten jobs. They come back to be your mentors. All right, and this gentleman, Muhyiddin, I'll show you his profile once more. All right, let me go to LinkedIn and show you very quickly, and then I'll come back to take questions. So this is Muhyiddin Ade Akoni. He completed our data analytics program, and he was able to land this job. So you'd see he's currently on this role as a business development manager with BBX in the UK, and he had worked with us, completing our data analytics program. All right, so every learner with us is not a learner. You are a contractor working with us, and that's the way you position yourself to get the best opportunities. So this is Muhyiddin. He came back and he's currently one of our body mentors. So if you're in the data analytics program, you're likely going to work with Muhyiddin. If you're in business analysis, you'd work with other professionals like Abigail Garga, Karima, and all the other amazing professionals that have also been able to do the things you are trying to do. Okay, so that's what your classroom looks like typically. So this is Muhyiddin coming back to walk people through what they need to do practically from the perspective of somebody who just recently got a job. Okay, and you have all the support to succeed. except you don't want to. All right. So I'm going to take a pause at this point in time, and I'll take my very first question from Mr. Chooks. Mr. Chooks, if you are still here, I think I saw a Mr. Chooks with a hand up, and I would also go through the charts to take questions for those that have questions. All right. So please keep the questions coming in, and I will take questions as I see them. Okay. Yes, I remember him. I'm seeing that from you guys. Okay. Any other incentives for unemployed women to help pay the fees? Unfortunately, Elizabeth, we had a discount last month called International Women's Day Discount for women who want to transition into tech. So we helped 300 women and 50 men take advantage of that scholarship. Unfortunately, it's all over now, and you can also take advantage of the current discount we have for the first 30 people. Okay. Olatunji, I saw your hand up just now. You can go ahead. You have a question. I've asked you to unmute yourself. So as you ask a question, Olatunji, Oluwatobi had paid for May, and Oluwatobi was asking for further updates. Oluwatobi is listening to this. I sent you my email. Just send me an email and would help you sort out that. Olatunji, go ahead with your question, please.
Hi, Adeza. Thank you for the, for the explanation. It's really been helpful. Yeah. So actually, my question is because I heard about analytics like last year, and I wanted to sign up for the program, but a few things happened and I've not really had the time. So like I said, I got an admission to do a master's in cybersecurity technology, in a university here in London. I'm from a legal background. Obviously, I'm just trying to like switch because I've always had a passion for tech. So the program starts next month, 27th of next month precisely. So what I want to do right now is obviously to start with the May program, because I feel like it will also help me like in terms of you give me like a background to what I'm going to be learning in class as well, if you get what I'm trying to say. So I want to start this program as well, but I also have somebody, and I think you've answered my question really in terms of, the importance of doing both if I can. So, but my next question now is regarding the length of the program, because I know a few people who have shown interest in the program, but the length of the program might be a bit too short in the sense that like like it's 3 months and then 1 month of internship sort of. So some people have expressed concerns that it's a bit too short and they might not be able to sort of understand fully get a full knowledge of the service they are paying for basically. So I don't know if there's any other alternative like in terms of the length of the program. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that, Olatunji. So again, I like to tell people this, okay? And because we are very used to learning for 4 years, and how many people here are currently on a roll? They are currently on a roll, working professionals based on what they studied in the university. All right. I'm sure if we count, maybe about 40% or less. Now, because we are so used to learning for 4 years, 5 years, I learned industrial chemistry for 5 years of my life, and I have never had to do anything industrial chemistry for 1 day or 1 second. I have never earned 1 kobo, 1 penny as an industrial chemist, and that was what I studied in the university. I even had a first class in industrial chemistry. Now, to answer your question, Olatunji, the skills you need to get a job, you will never learn it in the university. Take that from me, not maybe from other universities, not from a UK university. And I always I say this from the point of haven't done this myself, all right? So I'm going to show you my LinkedIn. I recently also bagged a master's degree in big data science and technology. But like I mentioned earlier, that was one of the things I would say that I wasted my time. So how do I check this now? Okay, so let's go to my profile very quickly. You'd see the University of Bradford. And if I go to education, you'd see a master's degree in big data science and technology. So I've experienced it myself. You are starting it, Olatunji, and I'm sure you'd come back to tell me. You don't learn what would get you the job in school. In fact, all the lecturers that taught me one or two things, I would rather teach them what they need to do in the real world practically. You don't learn the practical in the university, all right? So what I tell people is this, and it's very simple. If you can combine the two, okay? In fact, you have no choice. You have to combine. Your master's, your MSc is a nice to have. It's a feel good. For me, it's a feel good. All right. Oh, I have a master's. Where? From the UK. It's a feel good. With any recruiter, I've worked in the industry for over a decade. I worked for companies while I was still in Nigeria, working for companies in the US and in the UK. There was no time anybody asked me for, show me a certificate in data analytics, or show me a certificate in data science. Okay. What recruiters want to see is to show the experience, show me what you've done, show me projects. And those things I'll get you the skills to get the job. You can learn them in 2 months, 3 months, not even 4 months. So our program is 4 months, 3 months, 1 month internship. It doesn't even need you to take that long to learn them. All right. And just like Pascal and Chukwuebuka said, you get to find yourself in roles whereby they have listed you to use Python, Excel, Tableau, but you get into the role, and in the real world, the only thing you are using to do your job on a day-to-day is Excel. I've also found myself in, similar situations. And that's why it's always important. The people that you are speaking to, you are listening to, they are just trying to figure out things themselves. They have no experience in the industry, okay? Rather speak to somebody that is currently on the role. How did you transition? Okay, listen to them and hear from them. Don't listen to your classmates who are also doing MSc in cybersecurity to advise you on how to get a job when they are just doing their masters like you. So speak to somebody who has the experience. And if you ask me, as somebody with experience, the things that you need to get the job, you don't need to take that long to learn. You don't need a year to learn. In fact, you're not going to learn anything that would help you in the real world during your masters. Okay, that's putting it very direct and very blunt, if that makes sense to you, Olatunji. Let me see. Mr. Book says, okay, it was Mr. Books that asked the question. I made a payment to secure my seat. My question is that, can you retake slowly how to register? So how to register is very, very straightforward, Mr. Books. Okay, what you need to do once you've made payments is from the enrollment center, all right, you'd see where it says upload your receipts. Just click on that link and it takes you into a form that looks like this, all right? And all you need to do is fill the form, enter your email, click on next. What payment have you made? If you made the full payment, initial payment, select that full payment. If you made initial payment, click on next. Okay. Your welcome kits will be received when the balance has been paid by the 30th. Click on next. Okay, enter your first name, enter your last name, enter your email, which is a Gmail account that you would use to access the classroom. If you are a man or a woman, you select male or female, click on next. Okay, you read the terms and conditions. If you have any questions, you can send messages to any of these numbers or send us an email to enquiries@10analytics.io. So you have those contact details, click on next. When did you make payments? You enter the dates. You see where to upload the proof of payment. You'd see that here, right? What was your mode of payments? Did you pay on main stack? Did you do a direct transfer? Or did you do a main stack transfer? If you're not sure of the option, select any option, don't worry. Because I know people might ask questions around this. It might seem a bit confusing. If you did a transfer, direct transfer, you'd see the Ys. Just look at, did I do a direct transfer to the pound account, dollar account, Canadian account, euro account? You select this, all right? If you paid using your card, you select the main stack website, click on next. Okay, what was the name on the account? And the reason why we ask this question is because my dad or my mom could have paid for me, and my dad's name is different from my name. So let us know the main account, the account name that was used to make payments. Click on next. Okay. Which program do I need to register for? All right. Now, this is very important because some of you are not sure entirely the program to register for. Should I go for business analysis, data analytics, cybersecurity? If you are not sure and you want to speak with me and Femena and other industry professionals to help you select the specific program, you click on I need to speak with a professional. All right. But ensure that you have made payments, and select I need to speak with a professional so that the discount is not gone by the time you make up your mind on the program to register for. Click on next. What cohorts do you want to join? So we have 2 cohorts. You can either start in May or you can defer your program to start in June. So if you have commitments in May, you can't start in May and you want to defer to June, all you need to do is select 8th of June. All right. If you want to start in May, you're ready to get started, select 4th of May. You fill all the details: country of residence, United Kingdom, USA, Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda. How did you hear about us? Fill all these details and then you next and submit. Okay. So it's a pretty straightforward step-by-step document. All right. Mr. Books, I hope I answered your question. All right, Mohammed said, I've completed my first payment to secure my seat. Absolutely fantastic. So Mohammed, just follow the same process I just shared, and we'll be looking to start your journey. Can I pay 200 CAD to secure my seat? So Eunice, yes, you can. Okay, you can. But what you need to do is to make the payments by doing a direct transfer to the Canadian account detail. All right. And that's simply because if you click on the payments enrollment center and you click on, say, cybersecurity or business analysis, any of the programs, it would show you the amount based on your location. All right. It will show you the amount based on your location. I recently moved from the UK to Canada, so I still have my currency in pounds. Right at the bottom of that, Eunice, you'd see the minimum amount you can pay. Okay, so for me, the minimum amount I can pay is 200 pounds if I'm paying with my credit card or debit card. And it means that if I come in here and select 150, for example, it is less than 200 pounds. You'd see this message that amount cannot be less than 200. So you need to check that. I'm not sure you can pay with your card, pay 200, Canadian with your card. You might have to use the direct transfer option for that. All right. So I hope that answers your question, Eunice. And if you have any other question regarding payments, maybe you've had issues making payments, all you need to do, Eunice, you can reach out, send a message to any of these numbers you see on my screen. Okay, so you can take a screenshot of this, send us an email, or just send us a message if you face any issues. If you face any issues trying to make payments, somebody would respond to you immediately. All right. So take a screenshot, send us an email, or send us a phone number, or send us a WhatsApp to any of the phone numbers rather, and somebody would help address your challenges. All right. Let me take question from Tayo. Tayo, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, I want to confirm. Are you in the location of 10 Analytics? Is it in Canada or in UK or USA?
We are everywhere.
Everywhere. Okay.
We are in Nigeria. We are registered in Nigeria. We are registered in the UK. And like I mentioned, I currently moved to Canada, and we're also setting up an office in Canada as well in the next few months.
Okay. The reason I'm asking this question is that if they check the CV and based on the contract work or maybe the work experience with 10 Analytics, and they found out that maybe 10 Analytics is not even in that country of residence, some of them might be skeptical as to I hope this CV is not just doctor. So that's my own fear. But when you said you are everywhere, well, because my own pain point is Canada. You understand? Because I just had my ITA invitation to apply, and very soon I'll be. Actually, me, I'm in my 40. I'm just 40 years. So it's my wife. She's much younger. That got the ITA. So
Okay.
I was just of the opinion. I'm a bank manager here of about 17 years. So experience.
Okay.
So I was just thinking, what can I do? That's why I'm thinking of delving into cybersecurity or that financial analyst you made mention of. So
Okay.
the cybersecurity, I don't know. Then you didn't tell us much about the job prospect and what somebody tends to gain in terms of the average. I love the presentation of all of you guys. So just tell us the prospect, what we stand to gain. You know, one will be thinking, our head is full of a lot of thoughts. When most of these people you are seeing here, we are doing it for migration purpose. Nobody wants to take all these IT courses and remain in Nigeria. So from experience in banks, so every day our IT staff resigns every single day. So just tell us so that we will know which one is much more lucrative. Like I see the business analyst is easier to learn and it's shorter. If the difference in the price variation is not much, then people might want to go for it, you know, or just help tell us, guide us more on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for that. I'll quickly, sort of correct some misconceptions. And the first misconception that a lot of people also have, and the reason why we try to, dispel these misconceptions is because it stops a lot of people from eventually applying to get jobs. Your experience anywhere across the globe is relevant, okay? You studied in Nigeria, you worked in Nigeria, you studied in Ghana, you worked in Ghana. You can get a job in Canada, you can get a job in the US, you can get a job anywhere, okay? So it's important that you understand that as you dive into some of these, countries or immigrate to some of these countries eventually. Now, going back to what is easy and what is not easy, I'll tell you for a fact, Tayo, all the programs we've highlighted here, I won't categorize any of them as being easy. And the reason is simple. If it were that easy for everybody would definitely be data analysts, and nobody would be hiring for data analytics today. Or data analytics would not be on, one of the shortage occupations, or would not be very high in demand. When a career path is high in demand, it means that they need people, and there is a shortage of the people with the skills to get those jobs. All right. The way I like to put it is this. The same level of commitment you are going to put into data engineering that requires a lot of coding, a lot of Python, a lot of Linux, SQL, and the rest, you must put that level of commitment to your business analysis as well. All right. The people who get the jobs, the people who do the best are the people who put that commitment into all the programs. So I want you to approach it from that mindset and that perspective. I'm also going to walk you through the different, career paths and how you can check yourself how the opportunities in terms of the demands are across the globe. Okay. Like I mentioned earlier, to answer your question directly, we are registered in Nigeria, in the UK, and we are currently working on registering in Canada. I moved to Canada in January this year, just a few months in Canada right now. Okay, I'll come to you on Nosonya and I'll come back to you on Latunji, but let me show you something you can easily do yourself. Okay, go online. One of the things we do and we use to validate the analysis we have done, because we analyze the job prospects across the major job boards across the globe, from Glassdoor to Total Jobs, Indeed, ZipRecruiter, the Job Bank in Canada, gov.co.uk, finding a job in the UK, in the US, and so on. We took all those, data from those sites, and we analyze them to see the jobs that are high in demand. And that was how we came about the programs that we offer. But we needed another layer of validation, which took us to the World Economic Forum, okay? WEF, the World Economic Forum, Future of Jobs 2023. So just search for that. The last report was in 2023. So search for the World Economic Forum, Future of Jobs 2023 PDF, okay? It should, sorry, whoops, what just happened? WEF, okay, I think I clicked on something else. WEF Future of Jobs Reports 2023. Let me put PDF so that it brings the document for me. All right. So this is what I want you to do. Search for this. Now, let's open up the reports. Okay, I'm going to open up the reports. So that's the reports. We've talked about this in so many sessions. We've talked about this in so many sessions. I'm not sure. Let me just download it and then I'll open it up. So you download, you have access. Go to page number 33, if I'm correct. Page number 33. Okay, sorry, it's page number 30. You go to page number 30, all right, the future of jobs. Now, what you want to do is, I will explain what this is to you. New jobs and lost jobs, 2023 to 2027. What does this mean? It means the jobs at the left-hand side, where you have these jobs here at the left, okay, the ones here at the left. These are the jobs that will grow in demand. The jobs at the right are the jobs that will decline in demand, okay? Now, Tayo, let me show you where cybersecurity is. Let me also show Olatunji, and I'll highlight some other roles. Now, AI, machine learning, of course, let me maximize this so that you can see my slide, my screen a little bit better. AI and machine learning is one of the major career paths that will grow in demand. So if you find yourself in this career path, you know you're on the right track. Sustainability specialists. So you'd see somebody like Damilare. If I go back to Damilare's profile, what does Damilare role look like? Okay, he's a data analyst, but not just any data analyst. Damilare that got a job recently. He's a data analyst, but he's what? A sustainability data analyst. So if you're in any area within sustainability, okay, you will find yourself a job faster than you can imagine. So even as a data analyst, you have options to even select the type of jobs you get. So you see sustainability data analysts, all right? So anything sustainability, you'd see that those are career paths that would grow in demand. Business intelligence analysts, for those that were listening when I was explaining and showing you the classroom for data analytics, one of the roles you can apply to as a data analyst is also BI analyst roles, all right? Information security analysts. Who are information security analysts? These are your cybersecurity analysts, your network auditors, and so on and so forth. So this is a career path that encapsulates so many other roles. Information security is the umbrella term for cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a derivative of information security. You'd see data analysts and data scientists. All right. You'd see data engineers. All right. You'd see project managers. But who are the project managers that are getting these jobs? These are the project managers in the tech ecosystem, and these are your Scrum masters. All right. You'd see the financial analysts and so on and so forth. So this is a very good way for you to, navigate the ecosystem to see where the jobs would be. Now, why is this important for us to look at the World Economic Forum? The World Economic Forum is a category of or group of people, not just any kind of people. These are your, politicians. They are the billionaires. They are the influencers, the celebrities, and the people that control the world, so to speak. They converge every January, and they chart the path of where the world will be directed. So everybody's talking about AI today. It didn't just happen out of the blues. It's simply because that's the trajectory of where the work and the jobs would be. Okay, so they come up with these reports to predict and tell you where the economy would be directed towards. And that's why it's important for you to take them very seriously. We take them seriously too, validating our analysis on where the jobs would be in the future. All right. Tayo, we have so many people like you moving into Canada who have gotten jobs and are, also getting jobs every single day. So the best thing you want to do is to come into Canada with all the opportunities to compete for the best jobs. Any Canadian recruiter would first of all ask you competency-based questions. What have you done in this space? Okay, before they ask you anything else. Okay, so very, very important. Let me take Onosonya, then I'll come back to Olatunji. Onosonya, please go ahead. Onosonya, if you're still there, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Okay, so while we're waiting for Onosonya, what about remote jobs for people like me? Titi, maybe you joined in a bit late. All right, I highlighted a couple of people who currently work remotely. One of them is, what's his name now? Muhyiddin. All right, I shared Muhyiddin's profile with you. Muhyiddin works remotely. He started his job in February this year. All right, works for the company in the UK. And Muhyiddin is also a mentor. Okay, so he's a mentor in analytics today. So imagine that you want to also get a job remotely. Muhyiddin had a session just on Thursday, this last Thursday, where he shared his experience, all right? So it's all about experience sharing. I'm just going to show you that very quickly. I think I showed that earlier. Yeah, I think I showed that earlier, but let me just show you once more. So we call it the body mentorship, all right? The body mentorship. And you can see the dates, the login detail, the dates posted on the 18th of April. That's 2 days ago, which is on Thursday. And you can see Muhyiddin, all right, Muhyiddin, how I was able to ace my interview and what participants should expect. So this is somebody that has done what you are just trying to do. So you're not hearing it from me, you're not hearing it from Efemena, you are hearing it from somebody who has succeeded in doing it, going through analytics. And he came to share his experience, specific, and people had questions on what exactly you need to do. All right. So these are the things we put in place for you. All right. This is the session recording. So if you ever miss that recording, you have access. All you need to do is come in here and you have access to listen to that session.
Yeah, so
okay, so I'm going to play maybe just 30 seconds because I know time is fast spent. So you see Muhyiddin, that's Muhyiddin. He's talking about the interview experience. Okay, so let's listen to Muhyiddin for 30 seconds.
So some of my experience, I think I've shared a little bit of it where I peed myself. So some of personal experience that I've had is most of the time, because of the field that we found ourselves, most of the time you always go first to technical assignments. That means they might want to test your technical skills based on your resume or the job you're applying for. They might want to test your technical skills, and after that, you probably have a one-on-one. If you proceed, you have a one-on-one then. So basically, the technical skills, I'm confident enough that if you follow every step that you've been guided by analytics, you have zero issues with your technical skills. You will never have any issue with it. That's I can.
Okay, so that's Muhyiddin teaching other people and showing them what he experienced and what they are likely also going to experience when they're trying to get a remote job in the UK from Nigeria. All right, and these are the things we put in place to ensure that everybody has. I did not see public health jobs. There are so many of them. Oh my goodness, Mr. Books. Let me show you. I'm not sure I have all of them on my slide. So we always, we refresh our testimonials as time, goes. But let me see, this is Ramat. Ramat works with the NHS as a business analyst. All right. We have so many people in the NHS, which is public health related. And I'll just look for any other person that I have currently on my slides to share with you. Yes, I also have Toyi. Toyi works with the NHS as well in the health sector, even though she has never worked in the health sector. She works in the health sector as a benefits analyst. Okay. And let me see if I have any other person here. I think we have Ebube. Yes, we have Ebube. Ebube is also a data scientist. All right. You can see Ebube, she sent us this message after she got a job. My new role is data scientist. My first proper job in the UK after the Analytics training. That's Ebube's picture. And that's her ID card. She was so excited. She sent this to us when she got this job. We've had people get jobs as, what's the title now? Pathology data analyst. Pathology data analyst. Okay. We've also had, I have them, written somewhere. I'm just going to look for them maybe later. All right. But we change these testimonials on our slides as time goes on because of, more recent and updated jobs. Okay. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Books. There are so many people, and the only way you can get experience in that is by working on projects, just like Chukwuebuka and Pascal said, and we show you how to do this apart from the projects you work on during the program. Let me hear from Joyce. Joyce Wealth. You have your hand up. Please go ahead and ask your question. Joyce, please go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Can everyone hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, very audible. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. My name is Joyce. I've been on this program, and I think my question also goes like the last person did, because I'm just confused on what to do and what career to actually go for, considering relocation paths, because I worked with Wema Bank for 13 good years. So what to really go for that will really, that really sell out? And then, is there any physical class? Because I don't have exactly of what happens and as a tech person. I don't know if there's any physical class, or if everything must be online. Do you have office or something, at least for a starter like me? Because I don't know. That's where I'm a bit confused. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Let me help you, Joyce. So what did you do in the bank for 13 years? Or what do you currently do? Let's look at your current career path. Customer service. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. So Joyce, that's the thing I always tell a lot of people, okay? And the confusion is totally normal, right? So when I was sharing, I'm going to answer your question, but let me just show you something very quickly. There are so many people in your shoes. They've all done customer service. That was all they did until they got their jobs in tech. And let me give you a particular use case as a data analyst. So you've been a customer service representative for the last 13 years or thereabouts. All you need to do is, when you're moving into data analytics or data science, that will be my recommendation for you. Preferably, you start with data analytics, okay? Your role would change from customer service to a customer insights analyst. Why? Because you have the experience of customer service, but now you know how to use data, how to use analytic tools to analyze data. So you're going to position yourself as somebody who was not receiving calls and listening to customers and helping them resolve their problems, but you were analyzing customer data to help properly segment customers into different groups so that the company can tailor their services to meet the needs of those customers. And I did that using Power BI, Excel, and Tableau. All right. I analyzed customer data. I created customer segmentation. I was able to, reduce the time it took to resolve customer complaints from 100 complaints per day to just having a minimum of 10 complaints by properly analyzing the customer data. So you start to tailor your experience in customer service to look like data analytics. Okay. Ramat was in that same position, just like you. Ramat was a customer service professional. Today, she works as a business architect. That's actually the role, the title with the NHS. All right. And she did business analysis with us. Okay. So what you currently do really does not matter. But if you ask me to recommend to you specifically what you should go for, I would recommend data analytics or the data science. But I would also recommend that you start with the data analytics, because that's where I think you get the very, very best value. Okay. Again, I want to also mention this. The confusion is perfectly normal. Okay. It's perfectly normal. Everybody wants to work remotely. If I ask you, Joyce, do you want to work remotely from the comfort of your home? You would say yes, but nobody wants to learn remotely. Okay. So that's the irony. And I'll tell you that remote learning has come to stay. Every single thing you need to learn as a data analyst from the comfort of your home, you get to pick the brains of the best in the industry at the comfort of your home. If we restricted you to a physical location, Joyce, you would be working with people in Nigeria. I am in Canada. I can't be there physically to teach you. Can I? No. So you're not going to get the very best with restricting yourself to a specific location. All right. But you have the opportunity to be on calls, you listen to me, listen to Efemena, other professionals to work with you and help you navigate the space. Every single thing you need to learn from the beginning till the end to get your journey started. You don't need to visit any single physical location to do that. You have everything at the tip of your fingertips in your learning classroom eventually. Okay. I don't know if that helps, Joyce, to answer some of the questions that you have.
Yeah, good. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome, Joyce. I'd love to work with you. I would love you to join the program to get your journey started. We like stories like this. Somebody who has never done anything, customer service, transitioning. We always like to have people like you join the program. All right. Time is already fast spent. Okay. So I'm going to start wrapping up the session. And I know people have similar questions like Joyce. If you have questions similar to Joyce's question, oh, I have 15 years in this, I have 10 years, 8 years, what do you think I should do? Like I mentioned, we'll be having clarity sessions starting from Monday, on Tuesday, and we will help you answer those questions. So in the clarity session, we have a more sizable number and we can address those your questions one after the other. All right. So you will receive the invitation to join that clarity session as long as you filled the attendance for today. And you also indicated in your registration form. So we advise you to make payments for any of the program. Just make payments. And when filling the form, select I need to speak with a professional. And we will invite you to that session and help you, dissect the different areas and aspects and the preferred one for you to join. All right. Okay, so Joyce says, great, thank you. So Joyce, you can still join us on that session, but I think I've covered your question, but some people join just to also get to learn from other people's questions. Time is fast spent. We have to end the session now. For those of you that have made payments, let me see. Do you also talk on cryptocurrency? No, we don't. Eunice said, I just made payment. Fantastic, Eunice. If you selected a program, brilliant. If you haven't, we will be inviting you for the clarity session as well. Does one get a certification? Absolutely. You do get a certification when you are done with the program. You will get a certification. So the way it works is this: you complete the program. If your program is 3 months, if it's 4 months, you complete the program, you get a certificate, and then you start your internship. Your certificates is only given once you complete your capstone project. All right. So there's no examination, but there's a capstone project. And the capstone project is used to assess your skills. All right. To assess your skills. Once you've assessed your skills, you've submitted the capstone, what you've done is good enough. You will get a feedback on your project, and then it comes with a certificate, and then after that you join the internship. So people that haven't completed the capstone project would not join the internship until you have completed. So we have multiple revolving internship programs eventually. My question is regarding the interview for someone who will be in school like me. So Olatunji, if you're in school and your program is full-time, in the UK you have just 20 hours. Okay, you cannot work for more than 20 hours. And what you'd get to realize is most employers in the UK would not want to hire you on a full-time role like a cybersecurity analyst for 20 hours. But what you do, and what we advise our participants to do, and they have done this over time, I did the same as well, is to work for organizations in the US. Okay, so you are schooling in the UK, but you work for companies in the US where your 20-hour limitation would not, affect the job you're doing. 5 p.m. in the UK would be around maybe 8 a.m., 9 a.m. in the US. Okay, so that also helps you. So by the time you are done with classes, by 5 p.m., 4 p.m., you can resume your job in the US. And these are some of the ways you can navigate the space. All right. So we prepare you for the interviews, but the focus for you as a student is not to get a job in the UK because of the 20-hour limits you would have, or 20-hour restriction you would have as a student. You look for jobs in the US and other regions where your 20 hours would not be affected. I don't know if that helps to answer your question, Olatunji. The last charge I'll give to you guys is follow us across all our platforms, right? Go on YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel. You get amazing free resources available, all right? All you need to do is go to YouTube, all right? Search for 10 Analytics. Search for 10 Analytics, okay? Go to the 10 Analytics page, and then click on the 10 Analytics logo, and it takes you to our page. The first thing you want to do is subscribe. Once you subscribe, you have access to numerous materials available. Okay, you have access to the testimonials that we couldn't play today because we can't play all the testimonials, but you want to listen to people who have done fantastic stuff within the space. And for those of you that are starting newly, okay, somebody like Olatunji, who is starting in cybersecurity. Yesterday, we had masterclasses on how to build, deploy, and automate your first Power BI reports. All right. We had another session on build, deploy, and automate your first budget versus actual reports using Google Forms, Sheets, and Power BI. So you have all the sessions for free that you can get to learn. Also, watch the testimonials, listen to the amazing people that are a part of the 10 Analytics community. Go on LinkedIn as well, search for 10 Analytics, okay, and follow us on LinkedIn. All right, follow us on LinkedIn, okay? Go to Instagram, go to Facebook, follow us across all our platforms. And if you ever have any questions, we're always there to respond to your questions. You have a brother, you have a sister, you have a colleague, you have a friend that you think can also benefit from joining the 10 Analytics ecosystem. Send this message to them and let them be a part of the winning team, okay? Thank you very much for joining us, guys. It's been an amazing time having you guys with us, okay? Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I look forward to seeing you join the program starting on May 4th or in June. Okay, for those that would want to defer. Ensure you are a part of the first 30 people so you don't miss out on the discounts we have available. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, guys, and cheers, everybody. Thank you for joining us once more.